Are y'all gonna tell us, or y'all gonna stop playing games? Huh? How you miss your baby? You don't miss your grandbaby? Huh? You don't care about your grandbaby? Hello? Here, take some cheese balls with your burger in.
How are you?
Excuse me,
Hey, Kenya, how you doing?
The people of the public
I'm doing well. I just wanted to say a couple of things, if that was okay with you.
Yeah.
Okay. The reason why we're quiet is because majority of the content creators are doing an excellent job. I mean, there's nothing for us to say right now because everybody is focused on the people that need to be focused on. Just about, not everybody, but just about everybody. You know what I mean? We taking our hats off because y'all are uncovering things that even the detectives and the prosecutors probably wasn't even paying attention to, and y'all are bringing awareness to what needs to be brought awareness to, right? So that's why we're quiet. There's nothing for us to say right now because we watching, but everybody's doing a good job except for a couple of people that want to keep messed up, right? So I also noticed that you played Miss Mimi, Betrayed Mimi on there. And I heard what she said about the search at Frog Island. Well, as I keep telling people, we're fine with her doing what she's doing, but keep our names out of it, right? And if she was paying attention, she said she went out to Frog Island on Mother's Day. Well, sweetie, we was out there on Saturday, a day before Mother's Day, which means we was out there before you, right? So she just needs to do whatever she's going to do. If that's how she want to create her content, go ahead. Because we're not fucking with her. We don't deal with her. We don't give a fuck about what she does. We don't care. But keep our names out of it. Because no one's looking at what you do. At least we're not, because we don't care about what she does. What else was said? Oh, and Roxy people that got arrested behind her. No, ma'am. We don't mess with Mimi because Mimi is one of the reasons why Roxy got in trouble because she was breaking into people's places, and the police started blaming Roxy for that. So that is where the problem comes in with Mimi and us because the police felt like she was one of Roxy's followers and she breaking into people's places, and Roxy was going to be in trouble because of one of her break-ins. That's not what we was out there promoting, and that was a problem. That became a problem for the police, and that is why Mimi was arrested. It didn't have nothing to do with Roxy. Mosquito Bite was arrested because he violated his probation, and again, that had nothing to do with Roxy.
Wait a minute, hold on. So, Mosquito Bite, who was that?
Yeah, we call him Mosquito Wright. The guy that, you had on there, his name is Mosquito Wright.
So that is the guy that I had on there. That you say, okay. So is that guy Vari's friend?
Yes, he is. He sure is. He is the one that exposed that picture showing Naziyah with some shoes on.
What?
Yeah.
You talking about the red shoes that they matched up with the evidence?
Yeah. Yeah.
So was Vari out there with him?
That's why we was like, wow. We don't know. I don't know if he was or wasn't. We don't know because we didn't run into him. We didn't bump into him out there, so we don't know if Vari was with him or not.
Really?
Yeah.
So that guy is back. So he back in jail. I reached out to him. He in jail. You tell him.
I don't know. We don't keep up with him and what he's doing. It was just ironic that I think somebody had sent that to Roxy or whatever and noticed that it was him. So that was just ironic. That was just something that came by or whatever. So we don't keep up with what he's doing or follow him or anything like that.
Okay. I mean, that was my question. I wondered. So I wondered too, how long did you just find out about my channel?
When I first came on your show, yes, ma'am.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, because I don't really be on. Only reason why I found out about other people's stuff is because somebody messaged me on TikTok about it, and I was like, huh? you know, that I'm not familiar with all the platforms. We've never knew anything about all this stuff until somebody shot us a message. It's like, yeah, they talking about y'all on blah blah blah. This is how we found out about this, you know, these platforms and stuff.
Okay.
and if you want some more content, this is my suggestion. Jarvis' father needs to be looked into.
Who is his father? What's his name?
I don't know. I know you don't want other people's names on your.
No, I only work alone. Let me see.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this: the one that had me eating popcorn, that was reading that transcript.
Oh, okay. I heard about a transcript, but I haven't seen it. You believe they know?
She might know the name. She might know what the name is.
I ain't hip to. I heard about a transcript, but I haven't heard any information. Maybe I need to go check. I don't. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that might be an interesting person to look into. He may have been the one that was driving that van. We never know, you know. And from what I understand, he's been the reason why Jarvis has been able to.
About the last time, I got a few things cleared up. One thing we need to know, it was 2 shoes found, y'all. It was 2 shoes found. Let me show y'all these pictures that I have right quick. Y'all, please take this time to smack the thumbs up. No, as a matter of fact, let me start here.
Ain't nobody this motherfucking taking off their brand new suit and leaving it right here like this. And it look like it's blood right there. Look at it. I know what blood look like. Definitely giving blood, bro. And definitely a brand new ass shoe, man. This bitch ain't got no crease and clean as hell. Blood on her back. Who the fuck leaving a brand new shoe right here? Come on, man. Definitely blood, bro. If you don't think that's blood, you crazy, bro. I know what blood look like. Feel me? Ain't nobody this motherfucking taking off their brand new.
Okay, so I was curious to know who this guy was that actually recorded this video. I don't know if he's Vari's friend or not, but that is something that we heard throughout us talking about the evidence. But I think I found the guy. Okay, let me know if y'all think this is the same voice.
Hey, I'm just riding and thinking, right? No matter how much crazy shit I've been through in my life this year, topped it off for real. This was like my sacred storm year mentally, where, you know, life threw a curveball, life threw some shit that I could have never died smoking or never had smoked. They did curveball after curveball after curveball. So, like, this shit really showed me, like, I was going through a lot of shit mentally for a long time, but this shit really take her swimming. And now, like, I'm thinking on this shit. Hey, I'm just riding and thinking, right?
Especially when he said, like, I know what blood look like. Now, I literally thought that he had like a gold, you know, those little gold stuff in his mouth or something, but he didn't. Like, I literally thought that that's why he sounded the way that he did. But yeah, so I've reached out to him. I don't know if he'll reach back, but we want to know who he is, you know, and we want to know a few things. So just to let y'all know, we did find that out. I'm like, that is definitely dude. Okay, I didn't see any evidence that he's friends with Vari, but he is a rapper in Detroit. And so, yeah, we're going to wait and see what we hear. Let's see. Spicy says sounds the same to me. BFF says sounds the same. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. Yes, it sounded like he had a grill in his mouth, like, but he didn't. Shout out to Milky Way. Hey, I'm here, but won't be in the chat for a while braiding my hair. Okay, long as you listening in. Thank you, Milky Way. Good to see you here. So, okay, so let's get into it. What else? Before I get all the way into it, this was something that I ran across too. Somebody recorded this thinking, could this have been Naziyah? Let's see. Now this person is driving the wrong way, but they're gonna turn around. They're at the Park Crest Motel. You see there's a liquor store right there on the corner. They're gonna bust this right. And then you'll see a girl right here. They're gonna back up. Could that be her? I don't know. Anything is possible. So I just thought that was interesting. I ran across that. And what y'all think? Oh, I ain't gonna do that one yet. Hold on, what's this? Okay, so this is the evidence that we are talking about today. We're gonna be going over some videos. So I had put this picture up of Naziyah, right? And I was able to see the date on it. And on that date, it said September 16th. Wait, it might have said September 23rd or something, but it had a date on it of 2023. I question that because she don't look pregnant at all in that picture, and that would have been months. September. Well, I mean, it's possible she wouldn't have been showing back then, but I'm not sure, man. She don't look pregnant at all in that picture, the one of her in the red. But we know the last picture that we seen of her dancing in that like gray or whatever color sweatshirt she had on. And then I got the pictures of her here. Like, just all of the stuff is supposed to be from the same day, y'all. Every picture that I'm showing is from the same day. They told us that was her on the bus, and then that was her walking down the street, sitting on the bus. It looked like she has on blue jeans, and the shoe looked like it got white in it, maybe even black. I didn't zoom in all the way on the shoes, but one thing that I heard in Shannon Jones' testimony, I'm thinking that Naziyah went home and they noted she went home and they just not saying it maybe because, okay, so this picture right here is showing the other shoe. That is the other. It's two shoes out there. One of them is on the ground. One of them it's like the, I don't think I even put this picture in here still, but I really need to do that. That was inside the pocket of the sweatshirt. That sweatshirt was out there, but we didn't see that the first go round. Why? It wasn't found yet, I guess, but everything is sitting in the same area. It's just really bizarre, right? It's like when everything was laid out the first time, the sweatshirt wasn't in that shot. When the Border Patrol talked, then there was another lady that went out there that found some more stuff. So we're going to get into that. I'm going to bring it together and make it make sense. Because, I mean, the information, when we first started talking about this, I was confused on some things. So now I want to make it make sense so we can be less confused. Okay. So we see that they went out there March 14th and it's documented. This is the picture I was talking about that had the date of September 2023 on it. I will have to go through my screenshots, which when stuff is playing, I'll look at some other stuff to bring it all together. But let's see. Okay, thank you, Spicy, for listening in. I appreciate y'all. Yes, put me in your ear for the day, or at least for the hours that I'm here. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up. Let's get started.
Okay, and what was the idea of what you're looking for?
So initially when we were out there, again, we had the clothing description. We had the picture of her that she had sent that night or that day that she went missing on the 9th. So we were...
See, that picture that she had sent that day that she went missing on the 9th. And the picture that she sent, I'm thinking is the one of her waving. So I'm going to pull this up a little bit more to catch the beginning.
What's out in 7 Mile and Berg?
So 7 Mile and Berg, there is a vacant parking lot on the southwest corner. It used to be a golf course. So the entire south side of 7 Mile from Berg, and then heading back east, used to be a golf course, which is now shut down. And then on the other side of Berg, there's a parking lot where it has like a vacant building, which used to be the clubhouse for the golf club. And then right behind that parking lot is the Rouge River.
And when's the first time that you get out to 7 Mile and Berg?
We went out once. It was probably maybe a couple weeks later that we went out there. We went out there once, and I remember it snowed. So when we went out there, it wasn't as easy to search. We're kind of looking if somebody was just placed out there or if something was easily identifiable. But because of the snow, we knew that we were going to have to come back again once that melted because it'd be easier to see underneath.
Okay. And so you go out there again?
Yeah, we've been out there multiple times. I've probably been out there 7, 8 times, all with various dive teams. We searched the complete river from 8 Mile all the way down past 96 on foot with cadaver dogs, in boats, in the water. There's several log jams. We had state police actually had their helicopter fly the entire route so we could GPS all the log jams. We had to coordinate with specialized teams to come in to help cut these log jams apart, which go throughout the river. And then throughout the season, obviously we had some rain, so the water goes up and down, which now brings the debris onto the land. So you have to actually search the land a couple hundred feet. And in some places that the water has pulled debris. We searched the homes, as I said, searched the vehicles.
So when you're out there at 7 Mile and Berg, do you have an idea of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the idea of what you're looking for?
So initially when we were out there, again, we had the clothing description. We had the picture of her that she had sent that night or that day that she went missing on the 9th. So we were looking for the black hoodie. We were looking for, again, initially we were told blue and white gym shoes.
Now, is there a time where that changes?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it that makes that change?
So as we go out to areas and search, when we leave, a lot of times large community groups may go out there, right? And they saw that we were at 7 and Berg, and I know people come out there to help. There was a group that had been out there and they were recording, and they saw a pair of Nike shoes, which were the red and black. We were alerted of those on our initial search. It's documented in our river search report. But because we weren't focused on the red and black and we were looking for blue and white Nike shoes, we left them there, but we did GPS the coordinates.
Stop you there. That would have been Border Patrol Agent Wyatt Barnes.
Yes.
Okay, you heard his testimony.
Yes.
All right, so continue.
Yeah. So on our initial search, we knew they were out there. The pink hoodie was identified, but we didn't collect them because, again, we didn't have anything about a pink hoodie or a pink onesie, and the shoes weren't matching. And there's a lot of clothing out there. There's a lot of shoes out there. There's people's clothes. There's all type of debris. So I can't collect every single piece of clothing and article that we find. Later, I get the information that as the search team is out there, they had called 911 because they saw these shoes. And they posted a picture of these shoes somewhere or sent it to Naziyah's brother. Naziyah's brother then reached out to me and he sent me a picture of Naziyah wearing the black and white Nike shoes.
Okay.
Once I saw she had the exact same shoes on that are depicted, that were described out there, I knew immediately where to go. I gathered a couple members of my team and we immediately went back out to where the shoes were GPS located and recovered the shoes. As we were there, that's when we found the black hoodie and then the pink jumpsuit that had been laid out by Agent Wyatt.
Okay. Now, as it relates to those red and black Nike shoes, you had a photo that they were associated with Naziyah in some way. Did you ever end up asking Annette to see if those shoes were still in Naziyah's possessions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever end up recovering those pairs from Annette?
No.
So after you recover the pink jumpsuit, the black hoodie, the shoes, what do you do with them?
Those are all, well, the evidence techs collect them. They're placed on evidence. Those items were wet, so I had to wait, obviously, for them to dry.
And then a black hoodie that had a pair of white headphones in one of the pockets, some gloves, a towel, and a pair of red, black, and white gym shoes.
Now, this is the first we hearing about gloves and a towel. Dang, so every time they search, something new come up, huh?
Okay. And you're in Romania, public?
Yes.
Earbuds, really.
Says you have to allow me.
Okay, try that.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Move this out the way.
And what, so this is in People's Exhibit 14. This is going to be photo 2. What is it that we have here?
So this is the photo card that we would take at the beginning of processing any crime scene. It includes the date, the time, the location that we're responding to, as well as who is the current officer in charge that ordered us out to that location. The crime or suspected.
I can't help but notice that the press conference was on February 14th, and it took a whole month for them to go out here and search this area.
Crime that we're investigating, as well as my name, the code that I'm working, and the report number that is assigned to that case.
Okay. Now I'm going to not go through all 129 photos here. I'm going to show you some that I want to reference. This is for record purposes, photo 30. What do we see here in photo 30?
We are looking west down, so that fence on the left of the photograph.
That's the shoe
fence for an abandoned building at the south end of a parking lot on the west side of Berg. We are looking west towards the Rude River.
Okay, so why didn't Wyatt have both of the shoes together if they was both out there? Did he not see the shoe the first time when he was out there? Let me see what y'all saying too. So a lot of people did not know that it was two shoes. Miss V, what side of the shoe was scuffed? So we'll look at the shoe while we got it right here, and what side of the hoodie was hosed. And the hoodie had holes in the hood of it, big time. And I think they're gonna lay it out here. Shout out to everybody in the building. I am not ignoring y'all, but I'm definitely listening. I'm listening for something. So y'all, please smack the thumbs up. Thank y'all for being here. Share it out too, y'all. Okay, so there's one shoe, and that is not the one that was up here on the branch. This is the hoodie right here, like under brush, and this is already laid out. So I don't know how you could miss this whole trail of stuff, because that's what I'm looking at right now. And we're gonna go back to Wyatt too.
That wooded area. You can see what is that pink jumpsuit in the background of the photograph.
Okay. And in 33, what do we see here?
That is one of the black, red, and white gym shoes that we collected from the wooded area that I had previously stated.
Okay. And would it be?
So there is a lot of stuff on that shoe. Now, we didn't see that the first time. So this is the one that was on the ground.
Fair to say that's a left foot shoe?
Look like
yes.
Okay. And in picture 35, what do we have here?
That was a photograph of the inside of the shoe, of its size tag.
And in 37, what do we see here?
Again, we are still looking in that wooded area. That is the black jacket that was collected. It's towards the front of the photograph, kind of behind that tree branch.
And in 42,
that was a close-up of the black hooded jacket that we recovered.
okay. And would it be fair to say that you opened up the jacket, or is this how you saw it?
We did open up the jacket to examine it, yes.
Okay. And in 45, what's in 45?
So that is looking in one of the pockets of the jacket.
And can you see what's inside the pocket at that point, or no?
That photograph, I believe there is a paper and might be the pair of headphones.
Okay.
Would y'all say that? I mean, that hoodie looked way more filthy and weathered than the pink jumper does. What do y'all think? I know I'm way up here. So if the shoe was found inside the jumper, why isn't a picture of it and both shoes in the photo, not just one? Exactly. That's what I was just saying. Like, why wouldn't he have taken both of them? So I'm assuming he didn't find both of them when he was out there. Because when we listened to his testimony, we still thought it was one shoe. I was still a little confused because I'm like, how the heck did anybody see the shoe if it was wrapped up in that jumper and it didn't get put out until he did? So, finding out that is something. Okay, let me go down. That lady was right. Top Flight said now. Yeah, the points. Okay, so Miss V, I put it together, Naziyah Harris was dragged on the left side of her body because the right side of, is not scuffed up. Everything is on the left side. Okay, I hadn't even got there yet. So thank you for that, Tony. You a real sleuth over here, I see. I had to find something to listen to. Tired of Diddy and protesting. Oh man, it's a lot going on. All that yelling, and yeah, I'm glad you found your way over here reading books. We definitely keeping track of this case. Why in the picture she walking, the ground is not wet, and it was raining that day? Good point. I know in the picture that I seen her walking in court, it was like blurry looking, but I think they just put those blur marks there. I didn't see that it was raining either, but that is what they said. It rained that day. Tony makes a good point. So now we're waiting to find out what caused the holes in the hoodie. And I know Candace Starr had mentioned it could have been she had something with the exact hose, and it was her dog that put up. So she think it was his fingers, somebody's hands that was dragging her with that hood. Welcome in, Shelly. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Hope all is well. Yeah, good to see you here. Please make sure y'all subscribe if you're new here. And definitely smack that thumbs up. Okay, let's get into it.
And in 47.
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
So yes, that is the paper and the pair of headphones that was recovered from that pocket.
In 50.
So that's going to be the hood of that hooded jacket. We noted that there are several holes in the jacket of unknown origin.
See, of unknown origin. What do y'all think caused it? I mean, because a hood would be an easy way to drag somebody. Like a rag doll. But wouldn't you think that pink jumper would have been balled up? Like if the pink jumper was balled up, wouldn't you? It should be more wrinkled and more dirty, you would think, and you would think it would have a lot of leaves all over it or something. Like if she was wearing that, if the hoodie looked like that, I don't know. It ain't. Let's keep going.
Yeah, and 52, what do we see here?
I mean, that jumper looked real clean.
Again, we are looking into the wooded area. You can see that pink jumpsuit that is stuck in the branches of those trees.
And in 63?
Again, a closer shot of that pink jumpsuit.
In 78, what do we see here?
That is the right foot of the red, black, and white shoe that was recovered that was located in the trees near that jumpsuit.
Okay, and is that fair to say the right foot?
Yes.
Okay, so if that's all Wyatt showed us, is that all he's seen when everything is all in the same area? Like, how can you miss the other stuff? I'm confused with that. Like, why didn't they just show us him in his testimony? Anyway, I got holes in the return rob mine. Think the person had rats. What? So the holes in the hoodie is from her being dragged. Yep. Very, very. Yep. So I know Candace said that it could have been his fingers, fingers. I think she might have said thumb that went through it. And but I think she was saying that she had a sweatshirt that looked exactly like that, and it was from her dog, or a dog pulling up on her. We'll keep going.
And 79, what do we have here?
That is a photo of the inside tag of that shoe to show its size.
4/12/2022 sticks out. The date on the shoe. Jarvis has a password. I remember them saying his password in interrogation. I think it was 409 something. 49. I want to say 22. But anyway, I have to go back to that. But I'll have to go back to
And in 88.
That is the pink jumpsuit that we recovered.
Why do it look so? What? Now, okay. Now that pink jumpsuit, you would think that would be, if it was on her body and her body is going through all of this trauma, it seems like that pink jumpsuit or jumper or whatever jumpsuit would have went through the same thing, right? I mean, why that look so dang on clean? Robe thrown off in a trash, person returned it after stealing 3 pajamas away too. robe. I'm a little confused. Welcome in, Blue Lotus. How you doing? Good seeing you. Miss V has already said that. Thank you, T Beezy. Let me see. Let's keep going. But yeah, that's clean to me.
And 89?
That's a photo of the size and the label of that jacket. Not jacket, jumpsuit.
And in 120?
That is a photo of the Rouge River.
Okay. So how close was the Rouge River, I guess, to the area that you were searching?
So there was a large parking lot just off of the west side of Berg, and then there was an embankment leading down to the river. I would say less than 500 feet.
What condition was the evidence that we just saw in the photos? What was the condition of it?
It was wet. It was dirty. It was currently raining when we were out at that scene. So.
What did you do with the evidence once you photographed it?
Once it was photographed, we collected it. I collected it and took it from the scene. The items that were wet, we then brought to the Detroit Police Department evidence garage, where we have a drying chamber so that that evidence could be dried in a safe, secure, and way so that any type of DNA evidence could be preserved. And then once that evidence was then dried, it was packaged and processed and submitted to the DPD property unit.
And you would have been the one who placed those items in the drying chamber?
Yes.
And are you also the one who placed them on evidence afterwards?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you.
What y'all think about what she just said? Very, very interesting. And I'm way up here, though. Thank you so much. Sherry says she knocked before entering. Thank you so much for ringing my bell before breaking into my chat. So if you didn't hit the thumbs up before coming into the chat, please back out and smack that thumbs up. Matter of fact, you ain't even got to go nowhere. Just double tap the screen. Now, if you're watching from a phone or TV, I don't know how to tell you to hit the thumbs up, but you probably already know. But if you can't figure it out and you're watching me on TV, just grab your cell phone, because the way that I stream is really, you'll get a good view watching it from your phone. I really don't know what it looks like on TV, but yeah, if you can't find a thumbs up button on your TV, please. But she said it in the beginning before she started talking. Forensic tech or something. She had a different position. I remember her headphones being black. Yep. She said white, and they didn't even correct her. They were definitely black. Okay, let me keep it going. Oh, welcome in, Sherry. It's okay. I'm glad you are here, fam. Welcome in. Good seeing you here. Somebody had to be watching them, then put the things there after the detectives left. I'm trying to figure out, why didn't Wyatt see the other shoe? And I'm assuming Wyatt only seen what he took a picture of, right? But you got the hoodie right there. But we're going to go back. We're going to go back. No, I've heard that. And a pocket knife. Please smack that like button, y'all. I heard about the white towel and gloves. Okay. So when I listened to them, I wasn't listening for that. Like I listened to the testimonies in the beginning, just getting used to the case. And I didn't know none of the stuff that I know now. This case, somebody is trying to purposely mess up. It seems that way, just by all of the stuff that we finding out. And also, this is a playlist. We on episode, we're on part 3 right now. So if you didn't catch part 1, check that out. Why crime still saying missing person? Man, and I meant to go look to see if she was on the missing persons website, because I had heard that she was taken off. Yeah, good question. I mean, she is still missing though. Don't nobody know where she at. They act like they know what's going on, but I ain't too sure. It'll be interesting to see. What else?
Good afternoon. Afternoon. I believe you said that it was raining on the day that you were dispatched out to this location at the site.
That is correct.
Had it been raining most of the morning?
To the best of my recollection.
When you were dispatched out by somebody at DPD?
That is correct.
When you arrived at the site, were there already people on the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
How many people would you say?
Approximately 10.
And were they all Detroit police officers, or were there other people there as well?
Everyone that I spoke with was with the Detroit Police Department.
Okay. Could you say for sure certain that everybody there was DPD?
No.
You were notified prior to leaving, or when you got there maybe, what evidence or what items you were actually looking for?
They told us we were looking for clothing.
Okay. Were you under the impression that somebody had seen something and wanted you to come out and photograph it and tag it?
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't the first person out there to see it?
That is correct.
Do you know who originally had seen the items?
I do not.
So you didn't speak with anybody about where they initially located them?
I spoke with the officers that were at that scene, that called me out to that scene, and they directed me to where that evidence had been located.
Okay. But you can't say for sure where the items were located before you had gotten there, fair to say?
Correct.
Did you see anybody else handle those items?
No.
But again, you couldn't say for sure that nobody did.
I can't say what happened.
See, listen, they already own it. I know somebody asked me if I'm giving this stuff to the courts or whatever. They already know. They listening at the same thing we listening to. How would you not know? Like, they already using that. Like, come on, anybody could have messed with the evidence. And if it is real evidence, like, I'm not feeling the evidence at all, because this is not what they said she had on. And I don't know why it's even allowed in as evidence unless they know that she went home and changed her clothes. Because clearly is not what she had on in school. And they asking all the right questions, like, yeah, like, how do you know? We definitely know that he's guilty of some things, but we want everybody that's involved. We don't just want one person, because we know that there's more than just one person involved.
And before my arrival on the scene.
One of the items was a black hoodie, right?
That is correct.
Fair to say that it appeared pretty weathered.
Yes.
I think the report notes that there's spider webs on it.
Yes.
Some detritus leaves, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Now, I remember when they asked Wyatt about, he said he didn't know nothing about no spider webs. I think I remember them asking him that. We'll go back.
There was also a pink bodysuit.
That is correct.
Now, that was not on the ground, correct?
No.
That was in some branches a distance away.
That is correct.
About how far away
What?
were those two items from one another?
Not that far, but I couldn't give an estimate right now of just
Now,
distance.
now she just said it wasn't on the ground. Yeah, it wasn't, because Wyatt unballed it up and laid it there. So she's making a point with this.
Yeah, fair to say that the jumpsuit didn't necessarily appear similarly weathered to the hoodie?
No, it did not.
It did have some like dirt or stains on it,
It did, yes.
but it wasn't quite as weathered, I guess, same word I could use.
I would say so, yes.
So you collected the items.
Mm-hmm.
When you did so, did you wear disposable gloves?
I did.
Did you wear a new pair of gloves for each item that you collected?
I did.
And each item went into a separate bag?
That is correct.
It's got its own tag,
Yes.
and then you yourself drove them to this evidence garage?
Yes.
Now, this evidence garage, where is it at?
It's located at 11631 Mount Elliott in the city of Detroit.
And you yourself checked them in at the garage?
Yes.
What is the process for that?
So it is placed in our evidence tracker system, and there is a label in there to say that it is at the garage for drying. So it was noted that that was where it was going to be. The drying chamber is in a locked room, and then the chamber itself is also locked. So the key was acquired from my sergeant, my supervisor, to get into that room. The items were then hung up in a way that they were not touching each other. They did not come into contact with each other during the drying process. Then this chamber was locked back up. The door to the room was locked, and the key was returned to my supervisor. Then after 24 hours, then I returned to then collect that evidence, where it was all packaged individually in their own bag, and then that was then taped, secured, and turned over to property.
And you did all that yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you took each of the items out of their respective bags, again, did you wear disposable gloves?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you change those gloves every time you handled a different piece of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you recollected them, you put them in fresh bags?
Yes.
And you, again, used disposable gloves?
Yes.
And did you use different ones every time you
Yes.
handled each item?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't have anything else, thank you.
Man.
Commissioner Bala, when you place these items on evidence, are they each given like a specific evidence tag number?
Yes,
Okay, and could we just go through those really quickly? Do you have a report?
I do.
Okay, if you need to refresh your memory at all, please let me know. And if you want to refer to your report to refresh your memory, just let us know, okay? So for the red, black, and white Nike gym shoes, those were placed in evidence.
Yes.
And do you recall what tag number they were?
Can I refresh?
If that would refresh your memory, yes.
So those were item 84.
Okay, and that black hoodie, that was also placed in evidence?
Sorry, if I check again to refresh.
Yes.
So the black hoodie was item 85.
And what about that pink bodysuit?
That was going to be item 86.
Okay. And the headphones and paper, did you package those separately or together?
Can I refresh my report? Look at my report.
If that would refresh your memory.
So the headphones and paper were packaged together because they came from the same pocket under item 88.
88? Okay. And there were a couple other items that you also placed in evidence.
That is correct.
Okay. What were the other items?
There was a pair of gloves that was recovered from the wooded area as well, and a brown, blue, gray towel. It was a dirty wet towel from near the parking lot.
Okay. And did you place that towel on evidence?
Yes.
What number did you place that on?
May I refresh?
Yes.
So the towel was 82.
Okay. And what about those gloves you were talking about?
The gloves were 83.
Was there any other items?
There was like a Ziploc bag that was recovered from the other jacket pocket that was placed under item 89.
Okay. And anything else?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Was there any kind of rubber bracelet?
Oh, sorry. Yes, there was a rubber bracelet that was recovered from that wooded area as well.
Okay. And was that on evidence also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that placed on?
May I refresh?
If it would refresh your memory, yes.
Thank you. That was item number 87.
What? That's a lot of stuff we ain't hear about. Well, I didn't hear about. Let's just say that.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I wasn't listening for it. I wasn't. That's a lot of stuff that they found. Top Flight said all was planted. Okay. Look, so we got a pink jumper, number 86, a black hoodie, number 85, gloves, number 83, a pair of gloves, she said. But she didn't say the color, did she? A pair of gloves, 83, a brown, black, gray, dirty towel near the parking lot, number 82. The shoes, 84. The paper and earbuds, which that paper looked like a tissue to me. They're saying number 88, and I didn't know about a Ziploc bag at all. Number 89, and then a rubber bracelet. Number 87. We don't have that necklace that she had on. She had a necklace on as well as the earbuds when she was waving in that photo. Happy Sunday, A Poem. Welcome in. Good seeing you. How the hoodie dirty like that shoes clean? It makes no sense. I'm doing well. That's good. Miss Tracy, welcome in. I think the towel and gloves will be used in court. We need that seer to tell us where her body is. Yeah, like they were saying that Naziyah don't know where she is. She said that when she was in the spot that everybody was looking in, and then she was moved. Another testimony that seemed odd now looking back is the lady that found her ID. Because she said she had been walking over that ID for 2 weeks, and then she just decided to pick it up one day. Let's listen at Annette right quick. Because she said
She started walking up the stairs here.
She said her clothes wrong. She said something different than what we know. So that's really all I want to hear from her.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record?
Annette Harris.
And Ms. Harris, do you know someone or did you know someone by the name of Naziyah Harris?
Yes,
And who is Naziyah to you?
my granddaughter.
Are you her legal guardian?
Yes, I am.
When did you become her legal guardian?
I adopted Naziyah back in 2016.
And that was court work or paperwork filed and all that to legally adopt her?
Yes, it took a process.
Oh.
Yes.
And
So 2016, that means she was about 6 years old, right? Was
Everybody that knows Shannon knows what the fuck it is. See, you the only dummies because you the newcomer. You don't know nothing about nothing, man. And I'm tired of fucking keep arguing with you about some motherfuckers that I know don't belong to me. And as far as you lying about my motherfucking people saying that whole shit, stop playing with me, bro. Try that to reverse psychology on another, not me, man. Stop playing with me, bro. You just want to make up some fuck shit, dog. Stop playing with me, man. And you wonder why. You wonder why. You want a motherfucker to do everything, but you ain't motherfucking changing. I'm tired of your fucking crazy ass, dog. Gave you a motherfucking ring, bitch, and you think you done went fucking return. Stop fucking playing with me, bro. I'm not that man. Stop playing with me.
January 21st, 2024. You sent some messages to Mr. Butts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and can you read these last 3 messages?
To be honest, these messages I seen into the inbox to you, I really don't know what to believe anymore. Stay away, Ramon, I mean it. The next message is I don't know what to say or to its own. Since this shit doesn't sit right with me, call it what you want. I'm good, period. It says this for life. Nigga, I thought about it, and you can pass it. And don't call me, no need to explain shit. I already see it.
Okay, so you were referencing some messages that you saw in Tada's inbox.
Correct.
Tell me, how did you see some messages? Well, first of all, where these messages, where were they at?
The day of Officer Gardner came to pick up Naziyah's tablet. My mom asked me to put it on the charger. I put it on the charger. Officer Gardner, after that, Officer Gardner called and said she's on her way. The tablet, before the tablet was picked up, I looked inside to this tablet. She has 2 passwords that I normally know. So one of them is referenced for her brother's birthday, and the other one is referenced for my password. So I put the first password in, it didn't work. So I put the second password in. So the first thing I went to was Instagram, which I was scrolling. and I seen Jarvis Butts' Instagram page. I clicked on his page, and I seen 2 messages.
What were the messages that you saw? Who were they between, first of all?
Naziyah, my niece, and Jarvis.
Okay. And what were the messages that you seen?
It was roughly 2 messages that I have seen that I can recall.
Were the messages of a sexual nature?
No.
Okay. And you said you saw 2 messages?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything else?
It was two sent pictures, but you can't really make anything out. There wasn't nothing there, but it was a picture was sent.
Okay. What did seeing those messages, what did they cause you to do?
Well, when I seen those messages, I called him and Jarvis Butts.
Okay.
Called him while he was at work, asked him, what is these messages I seen between you and my niece? And he said, what messages? Said it's 2 particular messages that states out in this picture. And he stated that, I don't know, these messages, I told him what the messages were, and he said it was probably our children was messaging him. And I stated no, because I know how our children will text.
Okay. And reading those messages, is that what caused you to text
Mr. Butts, yes.
Mr. Butts, in that you see the messages in the inbox and you don't really know what to believe anymore?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, y'all. So I took a closer look. We were told that this lady walking down the street is Naziyah.
Because you're the newcomer. You don't know nothing about nothing, man. And I'm tired of fucking keep arguing with you and know what the fuck it is. See, you the only dummies because you're the newcomer. You don't know nothing about nothing, man. And I'm tired of fucking keep arguing with you about some motherfuckers that I know don't belong to me. And as far
I don't know. I'm kind of, I don't want to do too much or say too much, but if you wanted to have the floor to say anything, then I wanted to let you, have that.
I love my daughter. I mean, it can't be measured how much I love my daughter.
You believe that this is Naziyah? What? She has a black backpack or purse. Looks more like a purse. White shoes with black on it. A ball cap. Like, who? There is no way this is Naziyah. When I first seen this picture, I never took a close look, but at a glance, I've seen the hat. Why does she have on a hat there? On the bus, you see what she has on, right? She allegedly had on these.
What did seeing those messages, what did they cause you to do?
Well, when I seen those messages, I called him and Jarvis Butts.
Okay.
Called him while he was at work, asked him, what is these messages I seen between you and my niece? And he said, what messages? Said it's 2 particular messages that states out in this picture. And he stated that, I don't know, these messages, I told him what the messages were, and he said it was probably our children was messaging him. And I stated no, because I know how our children will text.
Okay. And reading those messages, is that what caused you to text
Mr. Butts, yes.
Mr. Butts, in that you see the messages in the inbox and you don't really know what to believe anymore?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, y'all. So I took a closer look. We were told that this lady walking down the street is Naziyah. There is no way this is Naziyah. When I first seen this picture, I never took a close look, but at a glance, I've seen the hat. Why does she have on a hat there? On the bus, you see what she has on, right? She allegedly had on these shoes. Did she go home or not? Does Naziyah have 1 or 2 tablets? Because how did her tablet get home? Okay, for Shannon to plug it in and read the messages. I got questions. I don't believe that this person walking down the street is Naziyah. I absolutely do not. Okay, so let's zoom in on this person a little bit more and let me know what you think. Is this a woman or a child? Do you believe that this is Naziyah? What? She has a black backpack or purse. Looks more like a purse. White shoes with black on it. A ball cap. Like, who is this person? And how many times did her clothes change? Where are the clothes at that they found on the scene? If this is supposed to be Naziyah, she does not have on the clothes that they found at the scene. Where's the black hoodie? Where's the pink jumper? Where's the red, black, and white nights? Things are not adding up. And finding out that she was seen going into the motel, and not seen coming out, yeah, I got a lot of questions.
Tailgate, at least I counted 15 cameras. So it's not making sense to me how she was seen going in and not seen coming out. Right. So that's not making sense to me. I don't know. I'm kind of, I don't want to do too much or say too much, but if you wanted to have the floor to say anything, then I wanted to let you, have
I love my daughter. I mean, it can't be measured how much I love my daughter. And I'm still holding on to the fact and the possibility and the fact that she is still living, right, regardless of the news and everything say. I don't do the publicity. I don't do, people's platform or however they want to benefit off the situation. My concern is about my daughter. And just as people doesn't see my face or see me all everywhere like some of my, family members be, that doesn't mean that I'm not involved and I'm not trying to keep up with what's going on with my daughter. Right. That's so much I got to say about it to anyone. I don't have to show my face all on the news or, be all on everybody's podcast and all that. I don't have to do all that, but somebody to feel that I'm involved with what's going on with my daughter. It's killing her. Absolutely, it's killing me. Nobody knows how I feel about this because it's not them. No one knows how I struggle every day just to get through day by day. And I try to still be a mother because I do have a son, so it's hard for me. And I try not to get wrapped up in the bull crap. I just try to keep it about the facts and investigation and what's going on with my daughter. All the other shit is irrelevant. And I think anybody else who's reached out and who's involved themselves in the search, involved themselves as far as passing out flyers from the beginning and still continue to be. I thank everybody for that.
She loved her children. She just had, like I said, she grew up with Annette in a household, and she went through the same thing at 13 as Naziyah. So, she had a lot on her, and no one ever got her help. Her mother loved her. She loved her children. She just had, like I said, she grew up with Annette in a household, and she went through the same thing at 13 as Naziyah. She had a lot on her. And no one ever got her help. She loved her children. She just couldn't fight those demons that were chasing her. When all this stuff was going on with Naziyah, we finally caught up with her because people were lying, and specifically Annette and people in the family were saying that she just left. She never left. She said, I'm staying here until y'all find out what happened to my baby, because Annette was trying to say she had something to do with it. Other people were trying to say, when actually she was the first person to give the police the information they needed to try to figure out what happened. There were several indications at school, but the school would call Annette instead of going through the proper channels. You tell me this, if a child is on a playground and a car pulls up to a vicinity where the child can talk to them through a fence, and the child is talking to them, and the teacher goes over and say, hey, who are you talking to? And the guy says, I'm her dad. And the child agrees, yes, that's my dad. Do you call the grandmother, or do you make a report as well as calling her? So
who did they think this person was? You got the pred in your house. You got to know who the pred is.
What did they do after that? Like, for the safety not only of Naziyah, I feel like some type of report or police report should have been made for the safety of any other child he may have came back and tried to talk to.
The other person that's in the family, Kiwana, she's the cousin. She knew the father.
Messages on the school laptop. Go ahead, Kiwana. You said that about her dad.
Well, he is deceased. I want to respect that, but I can say that, this started out a working relationship with him and my cousin. We met him together, actually. He spoke to me, and we were having a conversation. And I went on to my vehicle, and him and my cousin continued to converse, and they exchanged numbers. They were talking about, business. My lady works on houses. Kenyatta, her nickname is Lady. She works on houses, and she's really good at it. And so he needed some help as far as, his business, and that's how they met. And so they met a business relationship. She was with him regularly, like every day. I wasn't with them on a daily basis, but I do know when she became pregnant with Naziyah. At first, her, being a mother and, dealing with a man in which, he has a family and so on, she was torn between, was she going to, keep her child or not keep her child? And so she made a decision.
So we all know Naziyah's father was a married man at the time, and they decided to give her up. So
her child, with the expectation that they would parent her together. And some things happened along the lines. You know, he had a family at home, and things got really ugly with them as far as that was concerned. And so Naziyah, from my understanding and from what my cousin was telling me, Naziyah wasn't seeing him regularly. However, from my understanding and what he told me is that he was trying to see her, and my aunt was making it hard for him to see her because at the time she was trying to get custody of the children. And so not even so much making it hard, but, you know, telling him that it's best for her to be her guardian because she can do the things for her that he can.
Because I can get some benefits for being the guardian and cuss him out for before school and all that. Yeah, I need the kid. I'm the best thing for the kid. But so the dad wasn't the best thing for the kid, but Jarvis was.
Can't do. Again, he had a situation, and at that time, his wife wasn't aware that Naziyah was born, you know, and that went on like that. She convinced him to let her. They came to an agreement that she would parent Naziyah.
Now, this is the street that they said Chatworth, and it's right here at Cornwall. So it's this street that the person would have come down, and then she coming. I don't know where the school is at. Like from here. Wait, where is this? I probably went the wrong way. Wait, what street is that? Oh, East Warren. So this school is right in the heart of East Warren, where he worked at that other shop at. Frank's other shop is on East Warren and Neff. Let me see something. Oh, there's an AutoZone right there. Oh, and this is Frank's right here. Oh, Frank's is right by AutoZone right there. So this is also where the girl, Nay, his girlfriend that he was trying to call that day. She said she was walking, and that's how she met him. Oh, shoot. I'm trying to see who that is. You know what's so weird, though? These guys, you see them a lot on different locations. So him and that red and yellow. And they say he owned property out in Ypsilanti too. So everything he do is in the same areas. No matter what he do, is in this on the east side, on his stomping ground. And you got, yeah, AutoZone is literally right there. AutoZone, O'Reilly's. Let me go back. Now her bus stop is on Cornwall. Mercel. Wow. We ain't going nowhere in particular. Wait, hold on. Let me see something. The heck? Let me see. What's adding up is a bunch of vampires sucking the blood out of these babies. Much prayer. Yes, absolutely. Just a bunch of creepy, crazy weirdos. I mean, to sit up here and plot on a bunch of kids that they depending on you to take care of them, and you doing this for money. All of it is for money. I'm sorry, I'm new. What are you guys talking about? Naziyah Harris. We are talking about Naziyah Harris. My kids live on Chatworth. There are a few schools right in that area. Oh, really? Now that's ironic. What? Well, apparently Chatworth is the street right behind. What you want me to play? Oh, you want me to play the okay, let me do that. Let me see if I could find it quick. That was the plan. Give me a second, y'all. Please smack the thumbs up, y'all, while I pull this video up, if I can find it really quick, because I had it. I thought I had it in rotation, actually. Everything is moving slow. I think it was, let me put this video back up. I think it was on the same video that we was just watching. Let me stop sharing this. Present that.
Placed over 2 hours and 15 minutes. Is that what I have? A couple hours or something. So you asked him about his cell phone, right? So you asked him about his cell phone, right?
Yes.
He gave you the cell phone. He gave you his number, right?
Yes.
And he even signed off to say, yeah, go ahead and search my cell phone, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And did you or did someone else or DPS recover a tablet that belonged inside?
Yes.
Okay, and where was that recovered from? School or somewhere else?
From the grandmother.
From the grandmother?
Yes.
And that would be Annette Harris?
Yes.
Okay, you are done. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe a month, 1 moment.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. This ain't the right one. This is going
On
on.
to exhibit 50. And stopping at 6 seconds into the video. Detective, is there a timestamp on this video that you can see or that you know of?
There is a timestamp.
Can you see it on the screen right now?
No, sir.
And is it being obscured by the zoom thing in the bottom right corner?
Correct.
So it was a timestamp on here, but that ain't really where we supposed to be starting at. Hold on.
And end of August?
Yes. Or, yeah, so we started before
Though.
Labor Day again last year.
Okay. Other than the warrant and giving the laptop over to DPD, did you do anything else yourself in this case?
Yes.
What else?
Went back out to the school, interviewed some students, got some more information from some of Naziyah's friends. Different from what they had given earlier. Spoke with her little sister, spoke with the grandmother, got the release for her dental records, picked up a toothbrush. Went out on a couple more canvases, things of that nature.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you passed this case off, or your department passed this case off to DPD at about the 30-day mark.
30 days.
Somewhere around there. It may have been all those after, because right around the 30-day mark is when I would have been when you got the toothbrush, so we still had it then. Because you have to make that update in the system. You guys get close to the 30 days.
So the case was opened on January 10th, correct?
Correct.
And was it the 13th of February that you gave the laptop to the Detroit police? Do you recall?
That sounds about right, around Valentine's Day.
Okay. And that would have been about the last thing that you did at that point?
Yes.
Okay. So, and that's right around a 30-day window.
Yeah, a little bit past that point.
Okay.
Ironic, we went to that part accidentally because that kind of go with what we talking about. But I actually found the video that I want to pull up. So give me a few minutes, y'all, to get it put up.
Now, is that 30-day window, is that kind of a standard protocol, or is there something that kind of where your jurisdiction kind of expires and you pass it on to a different agency?
I would say no, because
Didn't want that to cut off like that. Oh, great. We ain't doing that. Hold on, y'all.
Antonio Carlisi.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Detroit Police Department, homicide unit.
How long have you been with the Detroit Police Department in total?
A total of 29 years.
And how long in the homicide unit primarily?
11 years.
And what is your current role in the homicide unit?
At this time, I am one of two that extract surveillance videos from locations.
Oh. And does that sometimes include like doorbell cameras, Ring or Xfinity or something like that?
Correct, it does.
Okay. And did you do that? I want to take you back to January 20th, 2024. Did you receive a request or a dispatch to go to a location?
Not on that date, but yes, I did receive a request back in February 20th of 24 to make 4803 Bedford to recover some video.
Okay, and you said 4803?
Correct.
And
No,
did you make a
okay,
report about this?
Correct.
Is there an error or a typo in your report regarding the injury?
Yes, I have 3803.
And in preparation for your testimony, did you realize that was a typo?
Correct.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location on that?
Thank you, Angie.
To recover video from a surveillance unit that's showing a girl walking down the street.
And are you familiar with the area that address is in? Or?
Just wanted to welcome in Angie. Thank you for dropping down in the chat. And she says she is a newcomer. It's a blessing to see your passion for answers and justice for this baby. I carry her in my spirit. Yes, we want justice for her. She did not deserve this and many more, but she definitely have touched our heart. Welcome in, though. Thank you for dropping down. Shout out to TBZ, still dropping them good members emojis. Okay, so this ain't that long. So this guy got the surveillance video. And another thing, it was wet out. And you could see that in the video that I was playing. You could tell that the ground is wet. I don't know if it was raining literally at that time, but it had been raining.
Yes.
And what are the corner and cross streets right next to that?
That is Bedford and Cornwall.
Okay. And then is the street 3 Mile Drive nearby this location?
That's 1 block east of Bedford.
And did you have a chance to observe the videos or some of the videos that you recovered earlier today?
Yes.
And do those fairly and accurately depict the videos that you extracted from this system?
Yeah, that was a Ring system. Yes, sir.
Okay. And at this time, Judge, I would move to admit people's proposed exhibits 49, 50, and 51.
Any objection?
No,
It will be admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
And playing exhibit. Playing exhibit 49 from the beginning. And stopping the video at 9 seconds in. I'm not going to ask you to narrate what we're seeing in the video. I just want to lay some groundwork as to what we're looking at. Did you see that bus go by on the right side of the screen?
Correct.
And where is that bus approximately stopping right now on the screen?
That's stopping right approximately at 3 Mile Drive.
And Cornwall?
Cornwall.
Okay. And we're looking at Bedford from this view.
Yeah, we're looking eastbound from the house of 4803 towards down Cornwall towards 3 Mile Drive.
Okay. Continuing playing from 9 seconds. And moving to exhibit 50.
Notice they cut it off right when that car was pulling up.
And playing from the beginning.
Okay, so that kept going. But look where they got the blur marks at, right here and right here. And she's going to walk into this blur mark. I wonder if it's something that's going to be parked there. But yeah, it's purposely blurred in like 3 spots. So I'm thinking maybe when she got off the bus, she might have been walking with somebody. If it was her. And you'll also see what I meant. Like, it looks like, okay, you can see right here.
And moving
see,
down
and they cut it off. Then bam, right there. It kind of jumped and she's right there.
And stopping at 6 seconds into the video. Detective, is there a timestamp on this video that you can see or that you know of?
There is a timestamp.
Can you see it on the screen right now?
No, sir.
And is it being obscured by the zoom thing in the bottom right corner?
Correct.
So the timestamp is 2:54 and 3 seconds. So at one point you'll be able to see, like when she's going into the blur mark, that it changes the thing that looked like a hat on her head kind of look like a hood.
To extract this, is there something you do or a process that you follow to calibrate the time system on the system you're extracting the video from?
Correct. We do a time calibration to the world clock.
Okay, and what is the world clock?
So basically, the world clock is the anatomical clock that we go.
It just don't look like a hood at all there because it's a separation. But like when she's walking into the blur mark, I remember seeing just a glimpse of it looked like it may have been a hood. But why do it look so bad? I mean, that's what's so annoying to me. This is ring cam footage. I ain't never seen ring cam footage look bad. It's usually clear. I don't know why it's so blurry. Everything about this case is odd. I mean, don't y'all think this is blurry for ring cam footage? You're welcome, and thank you for doing what you do. Thank you, Angie. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. Calvin said, Jesus loves you. Thank you, Calvin. He loves you too. Thank you, Miss V. Sherry says, that's why this case caught my attention when I first seen it. That's wild. That's very street. How many times was she marked present and she wasn't there? I find that very strange. And I noticed that they used that saying that she never missed school. She was always present. And they marked her present when she wasn't there on the 10th. That was strange.
And what do you do for work? I'm still at J.E. Clark School. And how long have you been a substitute teacher at J.E. Clark? Like 3 years.
3 years.
How long have you worked at J.E. Clark? Like 25 years.
25.
I want to take your attention of 2024. During that time, and I guess the months leading up to that, were you familiar with someone by the name of Naziyah Harris? Yes. And how were you familiar with her? She was a student at our school. And how long had you known Naziyah for? Since first grade. So, and what grade was she in? Grade. 8th grade. On the 9th. 8th. So you've known her roughly for 7 years? Yes. Okay. You said you're a substitute teacher at J.E. Clark. How do you get assigned to different classrooms? If the teacher is absent or if they don't prep, then I go to their classroom. And were you in Naziyah's class on January 9th?
Yes.
And were you in Naziyah's class on January 10th?
No.
Sorry, were you the teacher assigned to Naziyah's class on the 10th?
No.
Okay, who was that teacher?
I don't know.
But you were on the 9th?
Yes.
And on the 9th, was Naziyah present in that classroom?
Yes.
And do you remember, if you remember, what she was wearing?
I think she had a plaid jacket on and some blue jeans.
Plaid jacket.
It was like a winter jacket, but it was like plaid.
What she had on the bus, I'm assuming. But it wasn't plaid.
This exhibit 12. Do you recognize that photo, man?
Yeah, Naziyah.
And that's Naziyah?
Yes.
And do you recognize when that photo is from?
No.
Okay. As part of your, if you are going to be a substitute teacher, do you have to take attendance for class?
Yes.
And did you do that on January 9th?
Yes.
And is there a form that you fill out or handwrite in or take in?
Yes.
Do you recognize that document, Ms. Lee?
Yes.
And is that an attendance document from
Yes.
J.P. Clark?
Yes.
And is that for Naziyah's class?
Yes.
And does that include the dates from the 8th to the 12th of January 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit he was proposed 31.
Any objection? No objection. It'll be admitted as people exhibit 31.
And on that document, does it say that Naziyah was present on January 9th?
Yes.
And how is that noted on that form?
A B.
Okay, that stands for present?
Yes.
And does it say she was present on the 10th?
Yes.
It does say she was present.
Yes.
Was, to your knowledge, she present on the 10th?
No.
How do you know that?
Because me and Naziyah are together every day. She comes to my room to get snacks, and she was not there on the 10th.
So you're 100% sure?
100%.
Why would they mark her there? Just as clear as day. And who did that? That makes no sense to me. How do you accidentally mark somebody present that wasn't there?
25 years. No, I was in the store for 25, for like 4 years. I've been in the field for 25 years.
Okay, so what are the rules before you were started?
A lunch aide, school facilitator, a parent educator.
Okay. But you referenced seeing Naziyah almost daily?
Yes.
Okay, so even though you're a sub, you're always present.
Oh yeah, I'm always in the building.
Okay, and she comes to see you every day?
She said she was always in the building and she come and see her every day.
What are those interactions usually like?
Most of the time, me and Naziyah, she comes to pick up her breakfast. We talk in the hallway for a few minutes. She go to class, then at lunchtime we see each other again because I have a snack bar in my room, and she usually come in there and gets the snacks off the bar.
Okay, so when you say pick up her breakfast, is that part of your role?
No, that's not part of my role. That's in school. They have some breakfast sitting in the hallway, and they just pick their breakfast.
Okay, but she stops by to see.
Yeah, she stops by.
Okay, and did she do that on the 9th?
Yes.
You're not regularly getting up to the 9th?
No, because I think her teacher was there. Mr. Smith, I think he was there that day.
Okay, do you have an idea how often?
Mr. Smith is her teacher, huh? She thinks Mr. Smith was there that day. Did anybody put Mr. Smith in and ask him why he marked her present?
That specific class that year?
Whenever Mr. Smith wasn't here, I don't know, maybe once a week.
Okay, so it sounds like the school, maybe they don't use lots of different subs, or is it always you or she's out?
No, we have subs that come in, but I'm what they call a building sub, and I'm just placing that building. Okay. But like if there's 5 teachers out there, we might have 5 subs.
Okay. So there could be subs other than you in that class.
Yes.
But you were there somewhere.
Yes.
So you got to know Naziyah pretty well. And did you find that she was acting at all unusual that day?
On that night she came in, she was acting very unusual because she usually just eat. I gave her an assignment, she did her assignment, she laid on the floor, which made me really suspect because she never does anything like that. And she said, Miss Lee, I need to go see the counselor. And I told her after we eat breakfast, I see if the counselor is there. But the counselor never came up to see her.
Do that make sense? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, after we eat, I'm going to see if the counselor is there, but she never came up. Well, how did you notify the counselor, ma'am?
So does that mean that you told the counselor about the observations you made?
No, I've never seen the counselor because she never came up to see us. I guess she wasn't in the building that day.
I guess she wasn't in the building. I never seen her because she never came up to see us. I guess she wasn't in the building that day. How about call her? How about go to her office? How about have Naziyah go to the office? I mean, no efforts really. This is why the judge said what she said.
Okay, does that mean you tried to ask her to come see her? Yeah, I asked the security guard at the concert come in because she sent her to my room, but she never came in.
How about maybe the security guard never told anybody?
Okay, so just the security guard. Yeah. Did you tell anyone about what you'd seen other than the security guard? No.
Oh, y'all hear that? No one else was told. No, nothing was done. Let's just carry on like that didn't happen. But what don't make sense is the picture that we seeing that she took in school if she was having such a bad day. It just nothing makes sense. Like all of the adults' behavior is off. Now, this teacher said she been knowing her since she was in the 2nd grade and she in the 8th grade and she's with her every day. She didn't notice she was pregnant either. She didn't notice. I noticed she noticed that she had on a coat that was plaid that wasn't supposed to be plaid. We wasn't told she had on a plaid coat. She had on a colorful coat. We got so many different descriptions of her coat. And then we got a woman walking down the street that don't have on
And
that
then
coat.
I know you didn't sub the next day, but you were present in the building on the 10th? Yes. Did you have any interaction with the police on the 10th? I can't remember. On the 10th, I can't remember. Did the police ever interview you related to this case? They came in and they didn't interview me. They just, I think it was Officer Jackson. That's the only person supposed to be. Do you know when that was? I can't give you a date, but it was like in, what is it, October?
October.
Okay, October of this past year, 2024. Yeah, 24. And that was the first time. Yes.
That's absolutely ridiculous. Why is it ridiculous? Because that should have been the first person they talked to. The teacher that taught her the day that she went missing. And they ain't talked to her to October.
Okay, and the only time.
They failed her. Everybody.
Yeah, okay. And you're saying it wasn't really an interview? Well, no, it wasn't an interview. She just told me that I would have to come to court. That's all she said. She didn't even know anything.
Dang.
Just to let you know. Yeah.
Just told her she go. What? They never interviewed her.
Okay.
Dang. That's insane.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you. Did you do it?
Yeah, very good. You said in October-ish of last year, 24, an Officer Jackson talked to you.
Yeah.
Do you know, does Officer Jackson work for the Detroit Police Department or Detroit Police Department?
I think Detroit Police Department.
She think.
And that was the first time you were contacted?
Ridiculous. Y'all hear that? She was totally, completely failed by everyone. Naziyah Harris's lunch lady would see her every day at breakfast and lunch, and Naziyah would give hugs. And Naziyah just sounds like she had a lot of personality. Here's what the lunch lady had to say the last day, her last encounter with Naziyah Harris.
Well, she was every day she would give hugs and would come in, and she didn't look like herself, so I asked her what was wrong. She said nothing. So I'm thinking it's just a typical day of a child getting in trouble or something because they come to school, and that was the last time I saw her. And I've been really worried about her. I've been praying for her safety. So I don't know what's going on with the situation, but that's the last encounter I had with her.
Did you hear anything about a fight that allegedly happened between her and a girl where there was a note or whatnot?
No, I didn't hear anything about it because when they get out of school, I'm still in the back. So I don't know when they leave out that door, I actually don't know what they be doing. But I haven't heard anything about a fight. She could have had, but I haven't heard anything about it.
Right, but you said she was off that last day, though. She wasn't her normal self when you spoke to her. She wasn't.
No, she wasn't.
Now, did you ever hear anything about abuse in the house or nothing? She was just a normal girl to you, huh?
Yeah, she was just a normal girl to me every day because she would come and talk every day. So I never noticed nothing about what was going on.
with no abuse, because she didn't seem like it.
She hit it well.
Come in and play, play with the kids and interact, act with the kids and all that. They, she didn't act like it was nothing going up in that house.
I got people in the comments wanting to know, did it appear that she looked pregnant the last time you seen her?
You know what? That's a good question, because I really didn't notice her on that level, because I really never paid attention to her like that. I will only see her when she get her breakfast, she go to class, and when she get her lunch. But I've never really paid attention to that. And that's the guy's honest truth. I never, because she looked like she was just a regular girl, came to school every day, so I couldn't tell. Unless she hit it, I don't know. But I never really noticed it.
And the face that you described, you said she had this look on her face. If you can describe it, what would the look? What would it look
like? An upset look. Just a weird upset look. But all I'm doing is just praying for her, and would like for hopefully that she come back, because it's just been a long ride. No one's saying anything. No kids are saying anything or nothing. Nobody's speaking on it.
Now we heard. Now I say the reason I guess we was asking that because we heard something. I don't know if it's another lunch lady or what, but we was hearing something about the lunch lady was hearing that the school kids were saying that she was allegedly going to run away because she was pregnant. Now again, I don't know if there's, if you're the only lunch lady there, or if it's, somebody else in the staff that they was mixing that up with, but that was something else to be heard coming from out of the nucleus of the school. So
I don't know. They may have. I don't know. They may have. Yeah, so I'm just pray for her, Hope she come back safely. Hope there's nothing wrong or anything with her, because it's been, like I said, a long ride. And I love kids, so I worry about her, because I have a daughter and a granddaughter of my own, a 37-year-old daughter and a 20-year-old granddaughter, so I totally understand. I've never had to experience that, but, I never had to experience that, but I could just imagine what the family is feeling like.
Is there someone in the school that you know of that you may have, like an administrator, have seen maybe she's been comfortable with, or anything like that? Like, is the school putting up any flyers or offering support to other students? Concerned?
Well, I guess the kids probably see it because it's all over Facebook. So I'm not for sure about, if she was comfortable with them, talk to her. Because like I said, the only time I seen her really was at breakfast and lunch. And sometimes I see her walking up the hallway, but that was it. That's the only time I saw her. Now, as far as the classroom and anywhere else that goes on in there, I couldn't tell you. Say it with the teachers or anybody. Right, but like I said, I'm praying for her.
It just seems so hard to believe that people that saw and hugged her every day, seen her face every day, missed everything. I mean, we could see from where we're sitting at, where we're looking at the pictures of her dancing and the visual of the last videos that she was taking. You could clearly see. Now, I could definitely give them that she probably seemed like a normal child just based off of the videos that we could see. She had the smile on her face. She was singing. You could clearly, if they even paid attention to her there, they would have noticed with the songs and things that she was singing. So we've heard from the substitute teacher who said Naziyah laid on the floor and asked to talk to a counselor who never came up to talk to her. And now we have the lunch lady who says she hugged her every day and would see her every day for breakfast and lunch, but didn't notice anything. And shout out to Mark DeAndre and his team over at 7 Mile Radio for doing this interview. It was a phone call last year. So shout out to everybody in the building. I'm changing it up a little bit because I see we have some questions in the chat, and I really was just planning on just recapping from what we had. But shout out to Daquan, shout out to JoJo, shout out to everybody in the building. But I wanted to address this because I'm a little confused on the two. Okay, so the two videos that I just played. The first one was the teacher that day, and that was her testimony in court. The second lady I just played was the lady that called in to Mark DeAndre, and I mean, I actually did that video maybe 5 months ago, and it was a long time ago that he did it, but I'm confused on if that is the same person. Yes, they sound totally different. I know the lady that testified, her name was Miss Lee. The lady that called in, I'm not sure if that's Miss Lee or not, because they sound totally different. But the lady that testified is a teacher and a lunch lady, right? she said that she see her every day. I mean, like the lunch lady also has like snacks that Naziyah literally sees this lady every day. So my question is, are those the same people? Right? It could be, because I didn't hear a teacher and a lunch lady testimony, and maybe it'll happen when a trial come up. I don't know. I'm thinking that these two ladies are the same. I'm thinking these two ladies are the same people, because what they're saying is similar. Nobody prior to that lady that called into Toot's show ever said from that school that Naziyah was pregnant, and everybody knew it. I don't know who that lady is. I don't know if she really works at the school. I don't know. I have no way of proving that that lady really is who she says she is. And she is the one that said all of that stuff. I'm not going by any of that stuff, y'all. And I'm not discrediting anybody. I'm just saying what I'm going by is what the testimony that we heard from Miss Lee. And the lady that Mark D talked to, I have been like going by what she's saying too. I think they the same person, but I'm really not sure about that. So I believe that you guys are getting confused by that lady that got on and that called into Toot's show. I don't know who she is, y'all. I don't. Nobody ever said Naziyah was pregnant, and they knew that she was pregnant from that school prior to that. So I just want to make that clear. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Them people in the D ain't right. Something in the water. I'm talking about, and it's not even just in the D, it's like everywhere. Yes, they voices are different. They are, but you know how people try to change it up and be professional on the stand and stuff like that. So I'm thinking it could have been that, or it could have been two different people. I don't know. I'm just saying that is something that I'm confused about, y'all. But that lady that called in, man, I don't know who that lady is. Miss V is another school stuff. She said the whole school knew that Naziyah was pregnant, and the grandma knew too. Okay, yeah, you talking about the lady that called in, right, JoJo? If she was wearing big clothes, it's possible. Oh, I believe that she was pregnant, but nobody from the school that I have been reporting since we've been talking about this case admitted that. That's what I'm saying. I believe she was pregnant because we see it. We see that with our own eyes. The coat she had on when she had that coat on, and we could tell her face was pregnant. She had the hood on. We could tell in that video when she was dancing with her cousin, and it was said that that picture was taken the day before she went missing. I feel you, Miss V. Can't believe everything you hear, but that school covering they own Butts, honestly. Oh my God. Oh, heck yeah. I feel like everybody is involved because, and everything is alleged, right? But everything that we looking at is like impossible for everybody to miss this stuff. You know, it's impossible. And it's impossible. Like they said, both the teacher and the lunch lady said Naziyah was off that day. She wasn't herself that day. The teacher said she wanted to speak with the counselor. So, and I want to point out, she never said she was in pain. That's something that people added. So I'm like, that is my purpose for recapping and constantly putting out the information, because it get lost along the way. And I don't believe everything I hear, but I'm going by what the courts is saying. And also, you know, we entertain a little bit based off of the evidence over here. But that lady that called in, y'all, I'm not going by that, period, at all. I don't know who that lady was. You right, she never said that. No. And so I changed up what I was doing, because my intentions was to just, you know, do the recap of what I was recapping. But I wanted to just come in and clear that up, y'all. I don't want nobody to be confused. It is confusing enough, and some people, don't get me mixed up with the other confusion, because I stick to the facts. But we do entertain things per evidence, and we listen to other things, but we follow the facts, y'all. Think about it, Miss V. It's not unusual nowadays to see someone that young pregnant. Oh, yeah, it's not. But with all of this stuff in court now, you would think that they will have testimony from the school's staff saying that they knew that she was pregnant. And ain't nobody said that yet, with the preliminary hearing and everything that's been out. Now, when a trial come up, that's something different. And so, Jarvis got court this morning. Right now, actually at 8. Now that's right. Somebody said something to me, and I was like, I'm gonna look into it. So let me look into that. But see, they didn't. I seen that when they canceled, when they rescheduled his case conference that was supposed to be for June 20th. I see that he had an arraignment. He had an arraignment for the new charges that happened in 2013. So I'm no longer confused if there's new charges or not, because I read a few articles that said there are new charges. And also, looking at his documents is still confusing. So I still got to look at that part, but it is new charges, because they clearly saying that it's from 2013. But I did notice some things with that. I noticed that he has a pattern, and this is what I have here. Just looking at the different victims that he has had. Those are the ones that I was thinking, well, dang, are they confusing it with these victims that we already know about, right? But what it is like, so his pattern is like, you see that April 12th to August. Wait till it come back around. I'm saying August, but it's April to April. So 2 years he do this, April to April, and then it's July to July. July 15th through 17th, and then April 12th through, April 2012 through 2014. Now the new charges then slipped in from 2013, right there in the middle of while he was doing that. Right there in the middle, when he was April 2012 and April 2014, he got in there in 2013 with some new people. And at the same time, his child was born. And when she was 6 months old, he got pulled over by the police. This was after he just got out of prison. He fresh out of prison with a 6-month-old baby, and they didn't arrest him at that point. They failed Naziyah. Quite obviously, her parents failed her first, and everybody in the household later, But this dude is sick. And at the same time, he was dealing with multiple women. Talk about community D. And so I'm looking at the news now. I'm looking to see if it's, of course, they ain't saying nothing. They didn't say nothing right away about the stuff that we found about the arraignment and all that stuff. I think people put up his official documents to see that. But since we talking about it, I will read the latest article that was put out. CBS News. It says Detroit band charged. Hold on. This is from July 2nd, 2025. And it says Jarvis Butts, a suspect in the Naziyah Harris case, is also charged in connection with a 2013 essay of a girl when she was 12 years old, according to the Wayne County prosecutor's office. Butts, 42, of Detroit, is facing first-degree essay of a person aged 13 and third-degree criminal essay in this specific case. Butts was arraigned on June 30th in the 24th District Court, and bond was set for $500K or 10%. And see, he had an arraignment on the 30th. I didn't directly know that. I just knew it because I looked and found articles that said that, but it wasn't, I didn't see like a lot of people talking about it. I didn't see videos from the news about it. And that is why we are here, to keep this case alive and keep the facts flowing. Because a lie has always spread it further than the truth. You know, that's why you see a lot of people listening at the lies. So a probable cause conference is set for July 7th. Okay. Which is today, which is what y'all telling me. So the victim in the 2013 case lived in New Boston at the time, and the essay happened at a home in Allen Park. More complete facts and evidence will be placed on the record in court at a preliminary hearing, Kim Worthy said in her statement. In 2024, Butts was charged with Naziyah's case. The 13-year-old was last seen on January 9th getting off the bus at the corner of Cornwall and 3 Mile. Butts is accused of having a relationship. Okay. The case is heading to trial this fall with the jury selection expected to begin on October 6th. So this is going to be a whole separate trial. That's what I'm looking at. Let me see if they give us a little bit more. Wait a minute. Just click back. Let me see okay, so that was CBS News that I just read. Let's click on Detroit. But I don't see any updates as far as what's happening today. Do y'all see anything anywhere for today? Okay, so she announced something July 1st. I didn't see that. Hold on, let's see something. No, that ain't nothing that I... Give me a second, y'all. I'm trying to see, where she announced it at. And why I can't hear this? Wait.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, you're before the court today to be arraigned on 6 felony charges. You are felony charges. You have the right to the month of August is to insist in the amount of $500,000.
Okay, that ain't got a dang thing to do with what I'm looking at here. Okay, so it says the man accused of unaliving an essay and a missing teen is charged, has new charges in connection to an essay that happened in 2013. Jarvis, 42 years old, is expected to stand trial alleging unaliving Naziyah, a 13-year-old who went missing January of 2024. Wayne County prosecutor Kim Worthy announced on July 1st, 2025, that Butts was charged in connection with the essay of a then 12-year-old girl. Butts is accused of assaulting the victim at a home in Allen County in 2013. He has been charged with first-degree criminal assay and third-degree criminal assay. He was arraigned on June 30th and was given a $500,000 bond. He is expected to appear in court with these new charges on July 7th. Trial in the unaliving of Harris is scheduled to begin August 1st. I don't know if that's a typo or not. It definitely could be, because I just read that the trial was October 6th, which is what we have been going by. The news is no stranger to typos and saying things wrong, but that's what I just read right there. Trial in the unaliving of Harris is scheduled to begin on August 1st. That article is coming from Click on Detroit. Let me see what somebody else says. This is how misinformation starts too. We've been going by October 6th. That is what we've been told. That was 5 days ago. This is, wait, hold on. Okay, so the first one I read was Fox, I think, and I think I said click on on Detroit. Now I'm clicking on CBS. Let me double check that. Okay, so that says July 1st. Okay, so this is CBS News. This is July 1st. It says Jarvis Butts, a suspect in, okay, I read that. Yep. Hold on. See, and it says here, the case is heading to trial this fall with the jury selection expected to begin on October 6th. This is WXYZ Channel 7. Wayne County Prosecutor Kim Worthy charged Jarvis with one count of first-degree essay conduct, a person under 13, and third-degree essay conduct 13 through 15. It's alleged that Butts essayed a girl in the spring of 2013 at a home in Allen Park. Last year, Butts was arrested and charged in connection to the essay and unaliving of Naziyah. He was bound over for trial after a multi-day preliminary hearing. Butts is accused of having an inappropriate relationship with Naziyah. Okay. Butts' trial in Naziyah case is set to begin next month, it says here. So that's twice, it says next month. Okay, so prosecutor have also charged Butts in connection of other cases. He's charged for the alleged essay of a now 20-year-old woman when she was 8 years old and 10. Butts had just been released from prison after serving nearly 10 years for essay of another child. So, like I just said, this was in the midst of him having a baby with Shannon and getting pulled over by the police for having a baby in the car with him. And he should have went back to jail then. He absolutely should. I don't know why he didn't at that point. Those are the people protecting him. It's crazy. Hold on, y'all. Why am I not hearing nothing? Maybe I can find a video now. I see one here in this article, but for whatever reason, I don't hear nothing. Let me see if it's my phone acting up. Give me a second, y'all. In the meantime, let me let something play. I'm going to go back to the video I was originally playing. Give me a second, y'all. Thank you, Calvin. He loves you too. Thank you, Miss V. Sherry says. That's why this case caught my attention when I first seen it. That's wild. That's very street. Okay, let me. Very blurry. Yeah. Why? Why?
Go by from the Navy clock. So looking at the anatomical clock or the world clock to the video system, we calibrate how if it's zeroed, which this one was, to or if it was short or fast. Okay.
Now, also, when we talked to Dre, he said that she's walking towards home. Everybody got it wrong. That is what he said. He said they had moved to the new house by this time.
So you would be able to tell if the time system that is on the video is 10 seconds fast, 2 hours fast, or slow?
Slow, correct.
And what was the result again for this video?
Again, this was 0 to the world clock, so it was on time.
Okay. So with that being 2:54 and she's right here on her street going towards the house, where was he supposed to be picking her up from? She said be there at 3, so she got 6 minutes to get wherever they going. Where is it at if it ain't the house? But we know they said they met her all the way by Angelo's liquor store. So from here, so she's here at 2:54. Okay. Where does she get to in 6 minutes that King is claiming they picked her up from? When the Angelos that I found was in Harper Woods, which would be like an hour and some walk if she was to walk there. So where do y'all think he was picking her up from? He said the grandmother's house, and the grandmother knew that he was picking her up from the house. Shout out to Angie for sending a super sticker. I appreciate that. You rock for that. The newcomers coming in. Dropping a buck in my cup. Thank you so much.
I stand no business. You got me somewhere?
Shout out to you. Let's go. How she jumped. And right when she's going, they playing with this footage. Good Lord. They playing with this footage. Good Lord. See how she jumped? And right when she's going into that blur mark, see how you can see the backpack now? Let me take it back a little bit. Like, see? It jumped and sped up at that part. Where is it at now? Boy, they playing with this footage. I promise you that. Where is she? What is that? That's crazy. What the hell? See how you could tell it looked like a hood now, and it's definitely a backpack. Why is this footage so distorted? It really pisses me off because it don't have to be distorted. So do y'all see what I'm saying? See how that hat turned into a hood and a backpack? Where is the backpack? I don't recall hearing anything. It does look tampered. Definitely. Absolutely. But why would you show some altered, weird footage? This is for the court. I don't like it. You can't see her clearly, but everything else around her, you can clearly see. Come on, man. See what I'm saying? Like, everything is shady. The evidence, the evidence and the evidence and the evidence that they didn't pick up until Vari confirmed that those was her shoes, but it was his friend that recorded the damn video, and it was the police that left the evidence out there in the element after the Border Patrol, after taking a picture of it. If it's important enough to take a picture, why didn't you collect it? You left it out there. And then when they collected it, when they did come out and collect it, and this stuff happened over days, by the way. It happened over days. People, man, come on. It makes no sense to me. None.
And
where's she going? Is she going to a car? They just stopped it right there. What are they covering up here?
May approach the witness judge.
Yeah.
And here. And here.
Detective, can you read, it might be easier on the laptop, what the time is in the bottom right corner on the screen right now?
Once it's still covered up. So that time is, and I don't have my glasses, it is January 9th, 2024. I believe it's 14:54 and some seconds.
And 14:54 would be around
2:54 p.m. on the 9th of January.
And all of these videos have that timestamp?
Correct.
It makes no sense.
And playing the video now from 33 seconds. I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
What was the point? Why? I mean, really, it's so annoying. It just
So that time is, I don't have my glasses.
look. She's walking down. She's still.
January 9th.
That's what I didn't see. Like, hold on. So she just kept walking.
So that time is, I don't have my glasses.
Detective, can you read?
They paused it for a long time and then just let her walk past. The hell? You mean to tell me no other neighbors had camera? Nobody had a camera down the street either? Y'all seen how that skipped? Definitely. Why did they have to make it skip like that? This bug, like, I mean, this is clearly altered footage. Clearly. But why? That's just crazy to me. And that was the last time anybody seen her, right? Or was she out at going home? What y'all think about that footage? I think it's a crock of bull. I think that is more people should have had cameras around there. You would think, right? Hello, everyone in the bushes. I watch from my TV. So I just stay in the bushes and watch the lives or recaps. Nice to meet you all. Thank you so much for dropping down, Sue. That's
changing the password is 041925 and
when the last time you used that phone?
Right before I got locked.
Okay.
Matter of fact, the morning before I turned myself in.
Okay, did you cut the phone off or is it still on?
No, I turned it off. It's still on this phone.
okay.
That's company wise, right? Okay. Where did you leave the phone?
It was with.
Right, Sherry.
It was actually with one of my girlfriends, man, because she took me. She bought me.
Hold on, wait a minute. Back up. You don't understand. I can understand.
Thank you, TBZ.
Hold on, I heard you say that. 13 kids.
Oh, hey, Red. What's up? Let me turn this down. I'm good. Sitting up here. What I was doing, so everybody will know, I'm sitting here trying to find stuff on his docket to see what's going on or see if it's a Zoom court or whatever. But I put up the number because I'm like, I ain't looking at all. So I want to know what y'all got to say. So what's up, Red?
Well, I don't know what y'all were talking about when I just clicked on your video. I know you talking, but I just got on there. I don't really know what y'all were talking about. I know it's my ears. I know all of that. But I said, no, but I was going to jump on there with you. That's all. But what's the subject? Because I'll tell you exactly how I felt about the whole thing.
I can't go through it like that. I thought you was calling with a question or something like that, and your audio is real bad. I can't hear you that good. So did you want to say anything about Naziyah while you up here?
Okay, well, can you hear me better now?
Oh, I hear you way better now.
Okay, I was on speaker.
Okay.
I got a few things to say. I'm gonna just be honest with you. I feel like Shannon and her mother and her sister, all them knew that Jarvis was messing with that baby. I feel like everybody wrong for thinking that Jarvis killed her, because I don't believe Jarvis killed her.
You gotta say unalived up here. You got, and don't say the pedo word. We know what he did. Like YouTube is real strict.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I was going, nobody could hear.
Yeah, you live. You live.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I want to say that I really do believe that the auntie is the one who did that to her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that Jarvis did it. I don't. He may have helped do something, but I believe that auntie did it. And I put it all on the auntie and the rest of them. I don't know what else to say, but I'm just being honest with you. I don't believe Jarvis did that day.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Did you know that he has two new charges added?
Yes, I do know about this stuff. You talking about the children or whatever?
Yeah, he got no, this is something that happened back in 2013, and I think I heard 2015 too, even though I didn't just read it. But it's 2 more females added, and he got a whole nother trial arraignment and all this stuff. And he has court today. And so that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to find out what's happening in court today, but I can't find no article. So I'm looking at his dockets and see if I can find something there. Did you know anything about that information?
Well, I can tell you the people that I watched that has all of his information.
No, I don't want to promote no other channels. I'm familiar with everybody that that talk about her.
Okay, but
Yeah.
Me personally, I don't personally know anything, but
Okay.
yes, I do know about the other things about the children from back then.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I also heard another lady. She's very grown now, but she said he did the same thing with her, like basically kidnapped her, took her out of town.
You talking about JoJo?
So I do believe that. I believe all that, but I still don't think that he's a killer. Care. And I don't think he did that to Naziyah. I don't.
Are you talking about JoJo when you said the lady that's older that said something?
I don't remember her
I think she
name,
was going by Key. She had originally called into Toot Show.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's JoJo. Yes. She's in the chat right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I do believe her, and I do believe all of that, but I still don't think that he's I don't think he's
you don't think he did? You feel like he's the fall guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I know you're not alone.
I believe he's a P.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he's a K.
Now they definitely proved that he's that, right? But they didn't prove that he unalived her. You're right. They haven't. I can't say that somebody, I'm just simply saying they have not proved that he did it, at least as of not yet. And this evidence is looking real shady.
Yes.
You right.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that because honestly, and I know this might sound sad and sick, but I think he was very in love with that little girl.
Yeah, that kind of
he was in love with her.
Yeah, that make me a little ill when I hear that. And I know people say that too, but I don't think he has the capability to love anyone but himself. He preys on the weak. He preys on the ones that vulnerable, the children, mentally challenged, and he's not a good person.
And I'm not saying he's a good person. And maybe saying in love may be the wrong thing.
I don't think he know what love is.
And maybe I need to change it up, but I think he cared for her more than any of them, any women that he ever messed with.
I don't, simply because he would leave her and go lay with somebody else. He has so many women, including Shannon, including Nay, including all the women that testify. He was jumping from one pillow to another post. This dude was doing whatever, and I don't think he had time to care.
Yeah, but the reason what made me say that is because do you remember when the baby, she told him she kept calling him, I guess, or whatever, And she was like, you know what she won't, just go up there and give her some.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And he's like, I don't want her. You know, he's like, this yo, you know.
Yeah,
And
well,
it's just like, what?
we got to remember what the judge said, though. He only, and then also what he said, everybody already know what it is with Shannon. He ain't never like Shannon. The judge said he get close to women so he can get to his real true love. The judge and the prosecutor, he don't, of course he gonna pick a kid over Shannon, big boogaloo butt, whatever y'all be calling her.
I don't call her nothing. She just look like a booger.
Who?
A booger, you know, on the commercial with the medicine that's Mucinex.
So yes, the Mucinex twins. That's yep.
Yeah,
I heard that one.
It's green, but that with that purple on, if you turn to green, she look just like it.
A virus, a bacteria or something. But yeah, that dude is incapable of loving anyone besides himself. He don't even care about the kids because I believe that he detaches himself from the women. So he can do this to the kids. So therefore he don't care about them either.
And you absolutely right. Maybe I'm just not wording my stuff the right way, but you absolutely 100% right. I totally agree
Thank
with
you, because
I do.
yeah, this man nope.
Yeah,
It's a sickness, it's a pattern. She was the right age. His lucky number is 13.
But I don't even believe, you know, that it just started at 13. I really believe that as long as he's been around him, this one started years ago. This ain't no 13.
Oh no. He's been
doing this to this little girl.
Yeah, because he met her when she was 2.
13 and he just like, oh, I'm gonna get her. And she's like, okay. No, he's been doing that to her.
From the day he laid eyes on her. Yep. And because he was, per Shannon, he met her at the age of 2. And Shannon always had her with her. They lived in Clinton Township. And I always pictured her in the middle as a young child. He's been doing this. That's why she told on him in 2022. And nobody listened to her. So she knew that there was no way out. So she had to accept it and she had to cope with it. And when she decided to cope with it, now they blame her. Oh, she a hoe. She wants some D. She dealing with older men. I can't stand these people.
It's just a mess.
Yeah, it is.
But do you know about all the stuff with Mosquito or Mosquito or whatever her name is?
Which
with
part?
Her baby dad and all that.
Which part?
How Mosquito, the twin. How she had got her boyfriend locked up and her and Shannon was on Plenty of Fish or something meeting these guys.
Yeah, Dre is actually in the chat. And shout out to you, Dre. He had listening in from work. And then I interviewed him over here as well. And I know all about it. She did wrong. And how you gonna call the cops on him? And then we find out it wasn't just that one time. She been calling the police on him. This is about the 3rd time. And never called on Jarvis. So what you think about that part?
Baby, it's just sickening.
Okay.
You gonna call the police? I think they want to take over his house.
Yep.
They couldn't take over Jarvis' house. He didn't have one.
He ain't have nothing. Everything he had was somebody else's.
It was nothing they could do to Jarvis. Even if they called the police, what was they gonna tell him? They ain't had nothing to tell on him. Because they would told him, oh, he's a bee. They would have came and took all the kids like they did now.
Telling on him was telling on themselves. But I mean, your daughter come home after everything we know that went down in that shop per her testimony. Of course, I don't talk about over here, but they knew exactly what was going on. And what did Marquita say to her own child? That wasn't your daddy, and you shouldn't have got in the car and all this stuff. Like, girl. And everything we know, we sure that her daughter told her that. You're wrong. And you didn't call the cops then? Because that was their money bag. That's why he was in and out the house. Dropping off payments, possibly.
Literally. How how do you, as a grandmother and as an auntie, find out this baby done got off the bus, this and that, y'all don't know where she at? They just lay down and go to sleep. My daughter's 25 years old. If my daughter don't come up in this house, my daughter ain't, if I don't hear from her by 12, I'm blowing up her phone. I done called the police several times and made a police report. I can't find my daughter. I don't know where she at. Ooh, she's 25.
That's how you know it was a plan. That's exactly how you know.
Bunch of BS. I wish somebody would. My child at that age, ain't no way. I'd have had my boots on the ground out there looking for my baby.
She was more worried about the money, you know, and the food and all that, and chains on the refrigerator. There's no way she didn't know what she was wearing, too, when they line them up every day and look them up and down and cuss them out about what they got on or don't have on.
Yes.
And they asked her in court, did you follow the morning routine? She said, yeah. So that means you lined them up, you cussed them out, you prayed. You see what I'm saying? They full of it. They going down. I don't see how they ain't. And if they don't go down, then that means everybody involved, which I believe is impossible for everybody to be involved with this.
Exactly.
Not everybody.
I honestly believe that Jarvis is talking.
Oh, he talking. He definitely talking. He been talking though.
Going down by himself.
He been talking though. If you listen, I got a clear interrogation video. It was actually like 3 hours. We only heard a few minutes. He admitted that she wanted to get pregnant. He admitted that he was supposed to pick them up from the grandmama house. He admitted to the naked pictures they seen in his phone of her that she sent. He admitted all kind of stuff in there.
Wow, I ain't heard none of this.
You gotta listen to my interrogation video. And then yeah. I mean, I man, when I tell you it's a lot of stuff I talk about that you might not hear nowhere else, because I really, that's why I say we sleuths over here, because I be really breaking down this stuff. So if you haven't checked that out, please do. Matter of fact, I'll send it to you when we get, because I got you. I'll send it to this phone. And if you ever want to send me something, just send it to this phone.
I sure will.
I appreciate
that. Thank you so
that.
much for taking your time out to speak with me.
Yeah,
and
thank
I
you.
surely want to speak with you, even though I ain't know exactly what's going on when I, looked at it, but I've never been able to jump on there and speak with someone. I never wanted to speak with someone, but when I saw it on your thing, I'm like, she be talking. You know what I'm saying? She knows some stuff.
Man.
Talk to her.
Thank you so much for calling, because I don't know why I offer people don't call in, and I know that I'm not looking at the chat like that because I be digging when I'm up here. I'm really trying to get the information and correct information. So I'm not just looking at the chat. Huh?
But at the bottom, like when I come, go swiping through my stuff, there's no name on your video. It's not a name there. And that's what made me like,
you don't see my name on my video? Oh, you mean?
No.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's not a name. Like, when you looking through the stuff, it'll be like Kiara. It might be like Tasha. It might be like Peaches. It might be like AFD channel. This, that. Yours don't say nothing.
Ah, that's weird, because when I look, I do. Like when I'm not live. Now, right now, when you're looking at me, you should be in the short shelf is vertical and all that.
Now, I just saw an MCG something pop up, but on your page, like when I'm scrolling through YouTube, it's nothing, it's no name there. It's nothing there. I can see the people watching you and all that type of stuff, but it does not have a name there.
Now, one thing I know, it depends. What you see depends on the device you have. It depends on what device you're looking at. All of that. But
I'm watching TV.
Okay, so you on a TV. Okay, perfect. I never watched YouTube on TV, and I don't know what people see on TV. So here's what I'll suggest. Here's what I suggest. Because the way that I record, the way that I go live, the way that I stream is vertical and is perfect for your cell phone. So grab your cell phone. Grab your cell phone and come to my channel.
Okay, I do have I said MTGV keep popping up on your screen while I'm watching the TV.
Yep, that's the
But
name.
I'm talking about.
That's because I
like
put
me,
that there, though. Yeah, I put that there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, like me, I do, like, I'm on my phone talking to you. Like, I get on my phone. If I want to get in the chat, I get on my phone.
Let me
but
move
I'm
this
watching
though.
literally from TV.
Okay,
So if you go, just say, you get on YouTube on your TV and watch from your TV, you going to see you have no name right there. It can show how many people watch.
So here's what I think.
Live.
This is what I think you see is because I got a video overlaid and you not. So now I just moved it. You might see something different. So when something is playing and it's repeating, it's a video. But now you can see me, you can see my background, and you can see the screen. So I don't know if it looked different to you now, but and I don't know.
When you was just on there, I saw Welcome with a hand waving. Now I see your channel and all of that. Well, what I'm saying to you is, like, just say I didn't click on your channel, and I'm just scrolling through YouTube, and as I'm passing things, I will see your channel saying you live, everything. It's just such people on there, but your name, like, it don't show a name. It don't say Clark TV or Teacher TV or
yeah, I can't. I don't know why. I don't know why it looked like that on your end, but when I'm looking at it, I could see my channel and everything. And I don't know what other people can see. But what I will suggest is that you subscribe to my channel, hit all notifications, and then you can also type in MTGV to find me. My channel is called MTGV Crime Podcast, which stands for Make This Go Viral Crime Podcast. So once you get locked in, you should be all good. You should be seeing me and everything.
So I'm gonna do it because I'm gonna click on your channel from my phone when we get off.
Okay.
But you need to ask your other subscribers as well that watch on TV because there's no name there, and that's what makes me just, at first I just keep going past your channel like there ain't no name there. I ain't gonna click on that. And then, I started seeing you talking about Naziyah, so I started just watching.
Look, Jay, yep. Just subscribe and
you need to check it out.
That's YouTube. I can't see. JoJo just said it's a name. Are you watching on TV, JoJo? So it depends on your device that you're watching from, and it'll probably look different TV versus cell phone. But did you want to say anything else about what we talking about right now?
Not really. You got my number. You know what I'm saying? And you can reach out to me. I'll figure out a way to reach out to you because I'm sure you got something up there for me to reach out to you because I'm about to subscribe to you as soon as I get off.
Well, thank you, Red. I'm glad you stopped today.
I appreciate you for even answering the phone.
Yeah, I appreciate you too, fam. You can always call in when you see me live. And so thank you. I'm gonna get back to it because I want to find out what's going on in court today. The news ain't telling us nothing, so I gotta go to the dockets and stuff. So all right, talk to you soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, and I know you be calling JoJo. Shout out to you. You said you don't catch me live either. I don't know if I go wrong live at the wrong time for y'all or whatever, but just know that even if you don't see me live, I do videos, I do shorts. You could also leave comments and I reply to the comments. You can call me if you have anything that you want to say or whatever. And so, I appreciate y'all though being here. But JoJo definitely called in. She'd have been on a panel and everything. So, shout out to Jay Glover. I ain't seen you in a minute, fam. Good to see you. DPD is gonna get paid or fired. Them Detroit CPS. Now, I just feel like, we can't say the whole CPS is bad, but we can look at who is the caseworker. Who's the person that's dealing with them directly? Those are the people that determine everything that happened or don't happen with the case, in my opinion, with the case going forward when they know things is wrong. They know good and well that Jarvis, number one, should have been arrested immediately when he was with his 6-month-old baby, fresh out of prison, making babies and also assaulting these girls that we just found out about in 2013, which is the same year that his baby was born. Everybody failed. They put his man over. Now remember, Janelle said that she found out about Jarvis' record because of the baby. He got arrested with the baby when she was 6 months, which I already talked about this. This is the picture right here of him holding his child when he was doing the same thing with these people that's kids that have come forward from 2013. And he wasn't sent right directly back to prison. And he wasn't even on the registry. Who did that? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Let me keep looking, y'all. Give me a second. It's crazy.
Okay, player.
Look at this idiot. Idiot. Like, the worst thing to do is think these people are your friend.
One of the 5 heartbeats?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I actually used it before I went to sentences.
Okay. So she has your phone? She had your phone.
From my understanding, the police have my phone.
He lying.
Now, who did they get it from?
Her.
We asked because we don't know this info.
Now, 2 days ago, they just heard him tell King to get the phone out the back. You a liar.
From my understanding, they conducted a raid on her house.
Okay.
Notice that he put his hand, this is, he lying when he put his hand on his chest and put it out like that. That was a big lie.
I don't know. That's the same.
Oh, and I wanted to say this too. Shout out to Alma. Thank you so much for putting out that. Y'all, please smack the thumbs up and everything that Alma just posted. So I also wanted to say that these videos that I'm playing, you can find these in my video, in Naziyah Harris video playlist or the video tab if you want to see it. But when I do it like this, when I'm doing a recap like this, is really for listening and recapping and remembering the details and, just chiming in on that stuff. Today, I'm doing it a little bit different because Jarvis happened to have court today. And then those articles that I read is confusing. Like, did they move the trial to 8-1 for Naziyah? What's going on? I know he's in arraignment for the new trial that's coming up with the new charges, because that's going to be a total different trial is what it's looking like to me. But this paperwork be confusing as heck. Stuff be written in the wrong lines. It ain't making sense. I mean, I ain't no lawyer or nothing. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we can only go by what they putting out and stuff. And so, depending on which article you read, and maybe depending on what you're saying or what you're telling people. Right now, I'm going by October 6th is his trial. I know that they changed his June 20th case conference because of the new things that happened, and he had the new arraignment on June 30th instead, and he's in court right now. So it's a lot going on, and that's what I'm looking into, y'all. So we're gonna keep playing this. And if you haven't got a chance to hit the thumbs up, y'all, please do. And drop down in the comments and let me know what y'all think.
But she had the phone.
But the phone was in her possession.
Okay. So, and that's where you left it when you got locked up.
In my jacket in the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
What type of car?
Suburban.
What color?
Tan.
Okay, I'm gonna go check.
Is that your car or her car?
Hers.
Oh, okay.
Of course it's hers.
1 hour.
Everything is hers. He has nothing but them shoes
24 minutes.
and that raggedy ass mouth. Please smack the thumbs up, y'all. Oh, I could be playing that. Yeah, let me play the video right quick. Let me pause this. So for the people that don't know what I was talking about when I said the guy that recorded the video, we found out this Vari friend, the evidence was verified after Vari's friend sent him this picture of these shoes. Then Vari called the detective, or the detective called him, or however, and verified, yeah, these are my sister's shoes.
Ain't nobody this motherfucking taking off their brand new suit and leaving it right here like this. And it look like it's blood right there. Look at it. I know what blood look like. Definitely giving blood, bro. And definitely a brand new ass suit, man. This bitch ain't got no crease and clean as hell. Blood on her back. Who the fuck leaving a brand new shoe right here? Come on, man. Definitely blood, bro. If you don't think that's blood, you crazy, bro. I know what blood look like. Feel me? Ain't nobody this motherfucking taking off their brand new suit and leave.
All right. So he just really sounded like he wanted to convince us that that was the shoe, right? And yeah, finding out that was Vari friend was disturbing to me, actually, because I'm like, hold the hell on now. That seemed a little anyway. I hit the guy up, right? And I hit him up on June 15th at 11:41 to be exact. Okay. He hit me back. Shoot, probably like the next day. So what I did, I sent him a mess. I sent him my video, the first video about the evidence, who's in the woods, and the video is titled Part 1 Evidence, Who's in the Woods with a question mark, the shoe, jumper, hoodie, Annette's foot wash, and we went to the Harmony House Motel in Ypsilanti that day. So I said, can I talk to you about that shoe? I said, fam, can I talk to you about that shoe you found? And he said, sure. What? You want to do an interview or something? And I was like, yes, sir. Because I'm thinking, okay, he down. He offered it, right? I left him my phone number. Then it's him. Okay, you ain't got to go through my manager, but it's a fee. You can just send me something, though, and we can make it work. That was Monday at 12:35. I responded Monday at 1:41. I was like, something like what? With a question mark in my eyes. So he was like, I can give you a good 10-minute interview for $50 where you can ask me as many questions as you want. That's going to take your viewers way up. I guess he don't know. I don't give a damn about that. Like, I done built my channel from the ground up. I don't need nobody to bring me viewers. My content bring the viewers. So I wasn't even thinking about no viewers. I was thinking more about Naziyah. So then he says, or we can do an interview and a repost on my page where I can cut up part of the interview and post it on my page also with a tagged post for $100. I don't know what type of damn fool he think I am, but I edit and do everything y'all see on this channel. So the last thing I need is for somebody to take my content and chop it up to bring him some damn views. Like, what are we talking about here? That's ridiculous. I can't believe that he even said that to me. And I'm like, wait a minute though. So now, I mean, when I first listened to the video, I thought it was odd because he didn't care. If I found somebody's shoe, that would tell me that she's in harm's way. And that looked like a scribble mark on there too, by the way. But yeah, and another thing, they didn't even do DNA tests on those shoes. According to Shannon Jones, she said the hoodie, they did a DNA on the hoodie, and that was good enough because they knew the shoe would match the hoodie or some bull crap. She said sitting right there on the stand. Okay. This man want $100 and he want to use my content to bring me views. Like, get the hell out of here. Then he said, that's gonna most likely take you viral, but either way, it would be a great investment for you. You know what? I didn't even know he said that because I stopped reading at that point. I'm just now reading that part, okay? And then he goes
Almost
on
made me
to send
cuss.
his, he said, Cash App ready? With a question mark. That night, because okay, and when I asked him something like what, it was Monday at 1:41 p.m. And then he sent the Cash App, and it was Monday at 11:40 p.m. when I responded. I said, question. Were you the first to find Naziyah Harris's clothes before the police, and was Vari with you? Are you saying, I mean, people are saying you staged the shoes and the pink jumper. Did you? He sent me his Cash App handle at that point. Because the first time he sent words that said Cash App ready. Then when I asked the question, he sent the Cash App. Okay. And then he said, great questions. I would love to answer for you, though. And I ain't even respond back because I'll just figure the shit out like I figured out everything else that I'm doing over here. Like, get the hell out of here. That's crazy. He need to find a real job and learn what work and viral is. Those are the ones looking for the next hit. Exactly. Get out of here. I'm true to this, not new to this. Like, come on. Matter of fact, my anniversary is July 15th coming up here. 5 years. And it's been a whole struggle, but I don't need this. I ain't never did none of that mess. I don't even usually hit people up. They hit me up. So I think that's absolutely ridiculous. What do not come off of white shoes? All good. Hold on now. You cannot take off blood off of white shoes. That don't even look like blood. It look like an orange crayon scribble. I don't know, but I don't know, man. So I'm with you, OG, when you say the evidence, you know, you feeling away. Do not come off. Yep. That's sad. It's really sad. Naziyah didn't have a chance with nobody around her, is what I'm looking at.
At 1 hour, 32 minutes and 16 seconds.
To the snacks, whatever the case may be. And I know she was getting older, so she was in.
Shout out to Chip. Welcome in.
Had little fake nails and shit on. And I know grandma wasn't.
So why just not give it to her?
Earn it.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So the value, so it's a mentor thing.
Yeah, so earn it.
So you
earn it.
You mentor, would you talk to her, them about anything? Or?
Depending on, certain little things, I would ask them how school would be. Nothing serious, like I say, I wouldn't pay too much in family business. That'd be my thing. But like I said, everything that you had to do, you had to earn it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
He couldn't even come up with something that he was talking to them about. He trying to sound like he was some type of mentor, but he don't want to get all too much in the family business. But ain't you part of the family? Like Annette asked him, ain't you part of the family? You gotta quit this. Like, get out of here. Oh my God. Somebody please drill him one.
I mean, so if you wanted something, earn it. You appreciate it more. So that was my whole thing on that. So me, I used to.
He sound just like a PIMP talking like that. Okay. He done went back. Look how he doing his hands. I just happened to pause it at that. Where are you going with this, sir? You looking like you forcing something on somebody to me.
Just give it to them. They would take advantage.
They would take that part just really got me. That they would take advantage. Now he went from $5 he gave him to $25. Which one was it? Snacks? Maybe.
I'm gonna pull up.
So why I got y'all here, do y'all want me to pull up the interrogation video or do y'all want me to keep going with these videos? I'm going to do a poll and see what y'all say. If y'all want me to go to the interrogation video, I will. The next video that's coming up is Dre. Me and Dre talking. So let me know if y'all want to hear the interrogation or keep going like I'm going, but I'm going to do a poll. Daddy probably stole out the store.
And it's a lot of kids over there, so I can't keep giving.
Yeah, not
everybody $5.
It's a lot of kids as if they ain't his. He can't keep giving everybody $5.
$5, and that looks real bad if I just give you money every time you have asked for it, or she asked for it, and I can't give it to everybody else. So therefore, you guys want something, I got a job for y'all. If I have something for you to do, I'll call and let you know. Every time they come in, $25 a piece, depending on.
Depending on what, sir? If you make it all the way in or not? Like, seriously. So he went from $5 he would give him to now $25. So he was paying them to come to the shop. They was disguising it as working, cleaning up the office and the bathroom. So yeah, he was recruiting them. That's what he was doing. Getting them, man. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Bastard.
So, all right. So, I'm gonna ask you about this area real quick.
Look, it's like, okay, we got everything we need. Thank you, sir. Shout out to Kenyatta for joining membership. I'm talking about.
Find that photo. Make sure we talking about the same person.
Now this is the good part. Okay, y'all. So I just decided not to do a poll. I see JoJo. She's a member. She's the only one that answered, and she said keep going. So we're gonna keep going. Thank you, JoJo.
That's ZIYAH.
And that's the last picture. The picture that she took in school, that is the picture that they're using for her last photo. Wait, hold on. The heck did I just do? Kenyatta. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Marquita Kids. Hey, so I wanted to ask you about Marquita. I know that you had mentioned that Marquita Kids is gone. The first time that we talked, one of the times that we talked, we spoke about Marquita's children being with Debo, who is the father of her daughter. And so I had did a video about the father saying he had did this big write-up, and a lot of people responded, and he said that he had full custody of his son and he was going to be getting his son. What is the update on that?
So I don't think the guy got his son, because I know he wrote that a minute ago on his Facebook page. And at that time, his son wasn't with him. You know, Marquita been having conversations with her daughter and her son, and then also meeting them on certain days. So he can't be with his father in New York.
In Vegas. He's in Vegas, I think.
Yeah, in Vegas. He's in Vegas.
So it sounds like you hear them communicating on the. Well, I didn't end up doing the poll because JoJo answered, and then I didn't see anybody else opposing to that, so that's why I kept going. So, do y'all want to see the interrogation video or keep going? Just type it in the chat because it's only like 4 of y'all typing, 3. or whatever. Jojo, y'all let me know. Keep going or go to the interrogation video, because the interrogation video I have is clear. It is stuff that y'all probably didn't hear him say. People are not realizing that Jarvis been talking. He been telling on everybody. He told on them in the interrogation video. You know, he admitted to things. He just stupid when he think he's smart. But yes, ma'am, I'm down with it. Do you want me to keep going or play the interrogation video? I'm gonna let this keep going until y'all answer. Hold on. The phone, and she goes to like supervised visits with her kids.
Yup.
Do you know? Okay.
And I know for a fact that they gave him the option. You know, they give kids options if they want to go with the other parent or not. I don't know if it's always the same. Yeah, at a certain age.
At a certain age. Yep.
So I think he was able to get that option, and from what I know, he doesn't want.
The interrogation video I have is crystal clear.
Want to go with his dad, being that he never been with his dad before, and also, you know, he got a sister that he's around, so he probably doesn't want to even leave his sister. You know, so he wants to stay. So he wants to stay. Marquita and I believe that baby daddy doesn't get along like that. I don't know if they get along like that. I really don't.
Like they don't, because I read the thread.
Really, but she doesn't want him to go as well. So I don't know if he's going to be getting his son, being that your own son doesn't want to go. Marquita doesn't want you to go. And then I think he's comfortable where he's at, you know, staying with the other baby daddy and his sister. So
it sounds like her son don't know the father or the grandmother very well, because she was going off on the grandmother about not Christmas and not you know, calling him and all of this kind of stuff. And the father was locked up at some point because he used that as an excuse of not being around. And so I talked about all of that in my video. So it just sounds like, because I said the only thing I can do is just pray for her son, because it don't sound like he even know this man. So I'm happy to hear that at least that he is with somebody he's familiar with, and he's able to stay local and stuff, because that's traumatizing. So oh, it's getting loud in the back. So
sorry.
No, you're okay.
But yeah, I'm glad that you know, that her other baby daddy stepped up, because he has been in both of their lives for a minute. So
and
he's used to Debo, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, because it's all about the kids. They are, you know, been through a lot already, and then you got the split happening. And so as far as Shan's kids, I know last time I talked to you, you said that hers were possibly in foster care and split up. Do you know if she's able to talk to them or communicate with them in any way?
Yeah, she pretty much the same thing Marquita is doing with the visits. She's doing that too. Yep, the supervised visits. She's doing those too. I don't know how it actually is. I'm just going off of their word of mouth of conversations between them and what I've heard. But yeah, it's pretty much sounding like those type of visits.
So if they're having supervised visits and stuff, usually this is at the stage where they have to do some things to get themselves in order or something, and then be able to get them back. But I don't know if that's their situation or not. But the fact that they have supervised visits, because what usually happens, CPS, their job is to get the kids adopted out. Like if you don't have stuff in order within a year, they are trying to get the kids in permanent residency, whether it be family or some stranger. So I just wonder if they've told them. She hasn't mentioned anything to you like that?
Nah, I haven't. Nope. I haven't heard anything.
Okay, and then the Varian lady situation, you said they came in and mentioned it. What did you say about that again?
Yep. So one night they just came in. I can't remember the exact day, but it was the day. It pretty much was the day of something. But they came in and they just started talking about Vari. Might have got into some mess, and lady was there, and it was all mixed up at that time. Who did what and how it happened. But
Right.
it pretty much was them saying like a guy passed away or died, and it might be because of Vari. And I'm like, what? Have y'all talked about?
Hear him lying. And also keep in mind, okay, so I did end up doing the poll. The interrogation video has won. We only got 4 votes. With the 4 votes, is I said, what should we do? Stay here at 25% and the interrogation at 75%. So that is why we plan the interrogation video. Thank y'all for voting and using your voice. In the interrogation room, they already know the answers to the questions that they ask. They just want to see how they lie or not.
Somebody just living your life, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
They know about it. You got them together. They know what's
I
going
don't have
on.
them together, but they know about each other.
Okay.
Okay. So, the reason I'm asking you that,
No,
I'm
about
not asking no questions I wouldn't have the answer to, so I'm just trying to understand something. So, this right here is a brief synopsis of ZIYAH's interactions with you and your phone number that you had since 2019. And so, right here on the day that I'm concerned with, this is right here.
Don't forget to be there before. Yeah, that was when she sent it. I was supposed to pick them up that day, but I never responded.
You did.
What I did.
So then, the next one, she responded.
And if you send a message,
So I can delete your number.
no, I don't. Like I said, they send me.
Hold on. Before you explain it, just look at the time. Back to back. And we in school. So we in school. And then right here, it tells you to respond, okay. That's you. That's received.
I did receive.
So, and you said, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
So those, like I said, those are the numbers they were sending.
So, okay. So, yeah, that's what we saw. Okay. All right. So, your original date was in what was your original date?
November the 20th, the day before my birthday of last year.
That's when it happened?
Oh, no, when that case happened?
No. When did you supposed to get sentenced? Because we got 2 dates. We got January.
So what happened was, I was supposed to get sentenced last year, the day before my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
We went to court with every case may be. They adjourned it to January the 9th.
That's the day we got.
Right. So I had a legal issue pending. And I asked to get it extended before I could take care of my legal issue in Clinton Township. That was January the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, then they scheduled it for February the 7th.
To go.
Yes.
Wow.
All right. So, what's your relationship with on the day to day? Like, are y'all have any interactions? Y'all y'all got a niece uncle relationship?
Yeah, we kind of like niece uncle, and I also get her and my daughter from time to time.
Your daughter who?
Janiyah.
How you spell it?
J-A. Apostrophe. N-I-Y-A-H.
Janiyah what?
Butts.
Go ahead. How old is she? 16. Like female 16? Okay.
No, 16.
Oh, I thought you said you saw okay.
He ain't supposed to at all.
Go ahead.
I get them from time to time. I do cleanups.
Okay.
A lot of times, sometimes I
But he do tell on himself.
My old job, Frank says to have them come and clean up my office and my bathroom and stuff like pretty much twice a month, give or take.
Okay. And where's Frank's at?
That's on East 1 and F.
Did you pay him?
So she asked him, did you pay him? And when he explained this, it really sounds creepy, especially knowing what he did. It sounds just like that's what he doing. Paying him for something.
What's your password?
That's a facial.
It's a facial recognition?
Yeah, it's a facial.
So if you wasn't able to use your face, you still have a pen, what's that number?
04
04
1925.
1925. Okay, so, alright, so, I need to know the last time you talked with her, okay, brother? Alright, so would you be willing to give me consent to do that real quick? Thank you. What type of phone you got? iPhone, what? Okay.
Yeah, I can't mess with iPhones. You looked at me like, what kind of?
JRPIS.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
We have a Jarvis we work with.
Yeah, I work with a Jarvis.
So we keep trying to spell his name.
Alright, so, iPhone, what color is it?
Glass.
Okay, it's glass. You said it's 11? And then your phone number 313-585-8719. Password is 041925. And
When the last time you used that phone?
Right before I got locked.
Okay.
Matter of fact, the morning before I turned myself in.
Okay, did you cut the phone off or is it still on?
No, I turned it off. It's still on as far as company-wise.
Company-wise, right, okay. Where did you leave the phone?
It was actually with one of my girlfriends, man, because she took me, she brought
Hold on,
me.
wait, hold on, back up. Let me have it. You don't understand. I can't understand. Hold on, I heard you say baby mama, 13 kids, fiance. You live with who do you live with? That's the fiance. And you got a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay, player. One of the 5 heartbeats?
No, man.
Okay.
I actually used it before I went to sentencing.
Okay. So she has your phone? She had your phone?
From my understanding, the police have my phone.
Now, who did they get it from?
Her.
We asked because we don't know this info.
From my understanding, they conducted a raid on her house.
Okay.
Why are they raiding her house?
I don't know. That's the same thing.
But she had the phone.
But the phone was in her possession.
Okay.
So.
And that's where you left it when you got locked
in
up.
my jacket in the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
What type of car? What color?
Tan.
Okay, I'm gonna go check.
Is that your car or her car?
Hers.
Oh, okay.
Probably at 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 50 seconds.
So this actual interrogation is on the 15th of February, 2024 at 2:37. Now, this she's the lead investigator. She said that she was asked to review the case on February 12th. They went in and talked to King on February 13th, and they already knew about the phone. I mean, he told them about the phone. They retrieved the messages from the jail calls. So why they in here talking to him? They already know all this stuff.
Snacks, whatever the case may be. And I know she was getting older, so she was into certain things. Like I come up, she had little fingernails and shit on. And I know grandma wasn't.
So why just not give it to him?
Earn it.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So the value is so you mentor thing.
So earn it.
So you mentor. Would you talk to them about anything? Or?
Depending on certain other things, I would ask them how school would be. Nothing serious, like I say. I wouldn't put too much in family business. That would be my thing. But like I said, everything that you had to do, you had to earn it.
Y'all hear that?
You wanted something, earn it. You appreciate it more. So that was my whole thing on that. So me, I used to just give it to them. They would take advantage. And every time I pull up, and it's a lot of kids over there, so I can't keep giving.
Yeah, not
everybody $5, and that looks real bad if I just give you money every time you had asked for it or she asked for it and I can't give it to everybody else. So therefore, you guys want something, I got a job for y'all. If I have something for you to do, I'll call and let you know. Every time they come in with $25 a piece, depending on.
Okay. So
depending on what?
Ask you about this area real quick.
Tell us more, sir.
Let me see that. Confirm that photo. Make sure we're talking about the same person.
Please smack that thumbs up, y'all, and subscribe to the channel.
What's her government name?
Naziyah.
Naziyah.
You know about when that picture might have been taken or where?
I I don't.
Does she look like that last time you saw her?
Not at all.
What she look like the last time you saw her?
She had longer braids. She had long braids.
Any color in the braids?
Notice how he did his hair. His wait, hold on.
She was getting hair did the last time I saw her.
Okay.
He lifted up his arms like her hair was though.
Kids over there, so I can't keep giving.
Yeah,
But she asked about
everybody $5, and that looks real bad if I just give you money every time you had asked for it, and or she asked for it, and I can't give it to everybody else. So therefore, you guys want something, I got a job for y'all.
I bet you do got a job for y'all. And we all know what that job is. And the way that he's explaining it, it just sounds creepy. And we know what he did, made them do for the money. So he's basically telling us what the deal was. And we already heard from Shannon. Let me play that.
No, that's not how it went at all. I did that. This is when I found out I was pregnant. So the pregnancy test, and I asked her how about me pregnant. I said, it's yes and no, I'm supposed to sleep. Yeah. So, yeah. So I just go on her pregnancy.
Yeah, we already heard that she knew what was going on out of her own mouth. And now we hearing from him. So yeah, look at how he puts his hands up to his head when she's asking about her hairdo. Then he changes it to, oh, it was straight down or whatever he said. But when they first asked, he put his hands up to his head like two buns, like she had.
I have something for you to do. I'll call and let you know. Every time they come in, $25 a piece, depending on.
Okay.
Depending on.
So, all right. So, I'm gonna ask you about this area real quick.
Let me see that. Confirm that photo. Make sure we talking about the same person.
Sir?
That's ZIYAH. What's her government name?
Naziyah.
ZIYAH.
You know about when that picture might have been taken or where?
I don't.
Does she look like that last time you saw her?
Not at all.
What she look like the last time you saw her?
She had longer braids. She had long braids.
Y'all see that? Y'all see that? See? I was trying to catch it before he moved it, but he did that. Then he changed it to it was long. No, it was two buns like you just had your hands.
Longer braids. She had long braids.
Idiot.
Any color in the braids?
Not that I know of. Matter of fact, I mean, she was getting her hair did the last time I saw her.
Okay.
So it wasn't even done, so I don't even know what it was. But
You talking about back and forth between the house? Getting her hair?
Last time in the basement.
So she wasn't back and forth.
That day, no.
Okay, y'all see.
No, sweetie. They stayed next door. So she was going back and forth with him next door, but they were in the basement at the grandmother's house getting her hair did.
Going back and forth with him next
1
door.
hour, 35 minutes, and 6 seconds.
In the basement getting her hair did. Where he used to be sneaking in at, allegedly sneaking. We all know he wasn't
Yeah,
sneaking.
1 hour, 44 minutes, 34 seconds.
Right around.
Okay, but not on the night though.
Not that I don't know, like I said, not that I can recall. Okay. But you can ding my phone. I'm over there quite often.
See?
Okay.
He just told on himself.
Yeah, you can do some amazing things with these phones.
You can do some amazing things with these phones, and he over there quite often. That ain't what Annette said. Y'all ain't get y'all lies straight, allegedly. That ain't what nobody said.
No, I'm just trying to think about some stuff.
Okay, so when I was asking you about you had any contact or text message or did anything with ZIYAH, you said that you didn't, that you don't have any contact with her like that at all. Because you can't think of any of the last time that you talked to her?
Not right off the top of my head, boss man.
Okay.
Boss man.
Oh. Were you supposed to meet her anywhere? ZIYAH?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. All lies. So what I was saying, I rode past the school and I was like, remember they said he stopped at the school while she was outside?
Yeah, 1 hour, 15 minutes.
Here it is.
44 seconds.
So he drove all up in here.
Fast and things like that. So
Girls.
not accusing you or nothing, but some of the stuff like we can't just.
So feed me,
I gotta
boss. Like I
ask you.
said, feed me, boss. I can't.
So I
I
just
do a
want-
lot. I do a lot.
So
You do
can you kind
a
of
lot.
help me out, like what went on this day, or point me in the right direction? I'm not saying right now. No, I'm not saying anything. What I'm trying to say is what happened here. Like,
I can't tell you what happened. Like I said,
why would she be texting you at, and if I wasn't meeting? So he's meeting.
I was supposed to meet them at the house.
It's okay to meet her.
You're saying them, who, her and my daughter.
So that's
I'm
one.
supposed to pick them up at that house, at their grandmother's house on Bedford. Like I say, from time to time, I had jobs for them, and I did tell them today.
Let me see, because the location she didn't put at my grandma's house.
Well, they're supposed to been at, because they got out of school at whatever time. I was waiting on my daughter to get out of school. I don't pick one up without the other. Bottom line. I don't pick one up without the other.
So it wasn't.
Pausing at 1 hour, 51 minutes and 54 seconds.
The lies he tell.
And I'm playing at 1 hour, 52 minutes and 47 seconds.
Okay. Did she ever confide in you about like having any troubles with with girls and with boys?
So, Jay Glover, I mentioned this is really meant for listening and not looking. And if you want to see the screen, you could go to my playlist and see the screen. It's not going to be full enough, so I don't want to play the screen. This is to keep track of the facts of the case. But this video is in the playlist and it's labeled Clear Audio, Naziyah Harris, Jarvis Butts, so you could see it then. But this is just meant to listen. And it's only 19 minutes and 23 seconds. Thank you to everybody that's here. I'm investigating behind the scenes, y'all. So I'm just letting this play. I think this is the best video to go to because we are keeping track of the facts with this live stream. Y'all, please smack the thumbs up if y'all haven't. And call in if you got something to say. I'll put the number back up about what we're listening to, though. I don't want to get off track.
About the situation she had with some girls, like supposed to get jumped on, something like that. I'm not sure, but they knew about that situation. Yeah, they knew about all that, boss. I'm sitting up here, man. I'm giving you consent to everything that I got.
So why would she tell you to do? Why would she have to delete your number?
She wasn't talking about my number. She was talking about the number that she called me from. Like I said, they call from different numbers. The auntie, shit.
So
right.
So delete my number. No. So I can delete your number.
I can delete. And I don't know why she would say my number, bro. Because anything that we do, like I said, it's always like that. And when they call me from text now numbers and all that bullshit, so I'm assuming she was sneaking when she said it. Like I said, I don't have no reason to add nothing, boss. My phone is what it is. Everything is.
Why she sneaking?
I have possession of my phone. Take a look at it. Go through it. So I don't know what that's about. I don't know why would she say delete my number.
So you're saying that you didn't meet up, right?
I promise to Jesus, I didn't meet up with that young lady.
Promise to Jesus.
Write his ass down.
We never got, like I said, when she sent me that text message, I was supposed to pick them up. We never got a chance to anything because of
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Nanny boo boo.
Man, this dude think he's smarter than everybody and he dumb as a box of rocks. He's sitting up here digging a hole for himself. That's all he doing. Y'all hear all these lies? Y'all hear all these lies. Let's get back to it.
That you didn't meet up, right?
I promise to Jesus, I didn't meet up with that young lady.
Jesus.
Yes, promise to God, I didn't meet up.
Hey, did you just hear? He said, promise to Jesus, I did not meet up with that young lady. Sounding like Bill Clinton.
Forgot, like I said, when she sent me that text message, I was supposed to pick them up. We never got a chance to anything because of my. Is that one no MC? We were doing a job next night.
On the night?
That night, yeah, we were doing a job. Mobile job. I don't know who the lady is.
He kind of paused a little bit like, wait a minute, they know about Ypsilanti? They weren't supposed to know about that.
Now I'm playing at 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 53 seconds.
She knew that she was supposed to come to me.
Did you tell the mother or anybody that she had just, listen.
I told my child's mother that that she had texted me.
That day?
Yes.
To meet you?
Yeah, no. She had texted me and I asked what number was this. She was like, I don't know. I gave her the number. She said she didn't know what number that was.
So you see that y'all had correspondence the day before on the 8th?
Yeah, from the same number. What does it say?
Yeah. So
it said, what are you doing?
All right, that's you.
That was me saying what I'm doing?
Yeah, she's saying that she asking you was at work and you responded, what you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
So y'all have back and forth conversations.
Not like that, boss. I mean, like I said, they called me when I have jobs, and I told you when I have jobs.
But I guess the way at the beginning of this, and again, I'm just trying to understand though.
So I can try to catch
no, I'm not, no, you waiting. Listen, brother. Again, at the beginning of the conversation, I asked, did you ever speak with her on the phone or text message? And you said that you either speak with the grandmother or you speak with your child's mother.
Or they call me and ask me and harass me, and I call the grandmother and let them know that they did that.
And here, we having back and forth conversations one-on-one.
Okay, what is the conversation, boss?
How many times was she marked present and she wasn't there? I find that very strange. And I noticed that they used that saying that she never missed school. She was always present. And they marked her present when she wasn't there on the 10th. That was strange.
And what do you do for work?
I'm still at J.D. Clark School.
And how long have you been a substitute teacher at J.D.
For like 3 years.
3 years.
I don't know these people from a can of paint. I don't have to lie. I have the same dealing with anyone with something like this that's going on in the community. A child is missing.
Do you know a sister by the name of Tamara Liberty Smith?
Tamara Liberty Smith.
She's the police commissioner in District 1, I believe.
No.
You don't know Tamara Liberty? Well, she said that she spoke with you and your mother, and she said that y'all said, okay, well, we're not gonna lie, that she has left before.
No, we never talked to anyone besides the police.
Okay, so y'all just heard her say they never talked to anybody but the police, and so that's the part that I wanted to go over right now.
I'm okay. I'm sitting here watching your show, and you know, I was listening to one of the family members that you were speaking to. Then they probably would not know.
That was Shannon.
Okay, and she was the one who I'm assuming did the press conference with us a few days ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so at the time, y'all, it was just a few days ago. So she literally lying. Like, how you forget you said that?
So maybe she wouldn't know my name, but however, I did walk them to the car. I don't know these people from a can of paint. Right. I don't have to lie. I have the same dealing with anyone with something like this that's going on in the community. A child is missing and has been missing for well over a month. We are extremely concerned in the community. And my question that I ask to the grandmother, which I would ask to anyone, because oftentimes here in the city, we see females, young girls coming up missing. I ask, has she ever done this before? Has she ever left? The answer to me was, I'm not going to lie. She has left before.
Now, who y'all believe, the commissioner or Shannon?
I have no reason to make anything up. I don't know these people. My job is to help you as a community activist, as an organizer, and as now serving as the police commissioner over my district. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to harm you. I'm not here to carry lies. Once again, I don't know these people.
Okay, so let's play this again. This one.
They don't think that this is in the pit of my stomach of not knowing where my niece is. She's 13. I pray to God every day
Did she ever have a history of running away, leaving the house?
No, she never ran away.
For a period of time?
No, she never ran away, never went nowhere. Like my mom, yeah, she is strict. My mom's running a tight ship, by 10 by 10. You went to school, you do what you're supposed to do, you come home, and then you get ready for the next day.
Do you know a sister by the name of Tamara Liberty Smith?
Tamara Liberty Smith.
She's the police commissioner in District 1, I believe.
No.
You don't know Tamara Liberty? Well, she said that she spoke with you and your mother, and she said that y'all said, okay, well, we're not gonna lie, that she has left before.
No, we never talked to anyone besides the police. That's it.
My only purpose is to get this girl home. I had no idea that we were going to have all of these twists and turns, all of these fumbles, all of these change of stories, all of these scenarios, none of this stuff. All I knew is that a girl was missing and that we just got this information a few days ago. But she's been missing since January 9th.
Right.
Now, I when I spoke with you earlier, I said I wasn't going to call in. I was just going to sit back and listen.
You absolutely did.
I was only going to listen. And I've been aware. I've been following this. I haven't been able to really sleep at night. I'm extremely concerned. I'm trying to mobilize for all of us to get out, to be able to look. But we don't even know where to look. This is like a needle in a haystack in a worldwide of I don't know where. You know, I have no idea. Once again, I told you I picked up flyers today. I picked up 300 flyers that Crime Stoppers of Michigan printed for us to pass out in the community. But we need to know what community we're passing them out in.
Right.
So whoever is responsible for this girl being missing, whatever has happened, I mean, the heat has been turned all the way up. Once again, we are very, very concerned in this community, and we're standing up because this is not to be tolerated. You cannot just dispose of children, run them away, or act as if you don't know anything. Friends don't know anything, family don't know anything, and she's disappeared in thin air. It doesn't work like that. Someone knows something, and someone will say something, and we will continue to turn the heat up until we flood you out and you speak up, because this cannot go on, and we won't tolerate. And I've been standing back. I've been, really behind the scenes, just doing what I can, because it's not much more than I can do than any of you all. Hearing the things, the streets are talking, we're passing flyers out, we're asking, just being extremely concerned. I stood there with the community in the press conference with DPD, and we all are trying to figure out where this girl is to bring her home. But don't be fictitious and tell us lies. Don't make up things. Don't sit back and watch to try to plot and get your story together.
Mm-hmm.
Or to hear who's saying
Her
what.
feeling that way, they gotta know something. She's working with the police. I'm sure she's talking to the police. They see what's going on. I don't see her not being brought in on some stuff, but they probably gonna have to get some strong evidence first. But this is ridiculous that only one person is locked up and we seeing all of this stuff. Like, you don't try to cover up something if you don't have anything to do with it. Acted guilty from the start. Every action that they made was to cover up something, allegedly. Everything is alleged.
And even like with the dad, as I told you, after during the press conference, because it was aired live on all channels, and I get a phone call because I grew up with him. So they reached out to me.
So Tamara knows Naziyah's father, and so does her cousin, Kiwana. Kiwana knows the father because she said that her and Lady was together when she met him. And she said she kept walking and Lady stopped to talk to him.
The father reached out to me. I grew up with him. I have not seen him in years. We were kids. But, it's my job as a community person in our community to help. So, naturally it made me feel like, oh, wow, dang, there's somebody that I actually know. I'm going to put my all in and try to help you all. I didn't know the situation of how the baby came about or he cheated or anything. I didn't know any of this stuff. I just knew that it was his daughter and that he needed help. Just me of who I am to to do so. All of this arguing and who did what and who shouldn't have did what or who knew something. Yeah, I want to, even with the finger pointing, whatever happened, let's just move forward to get her out of the situation that she's in and get her resources to remove her out of the situation that she was in, that she will never be returned to.
Hoping that she was still alive. Like at this point, the date is February 19th. And she went missing on January 9th, 2024. And this is February 19th, 2024. I should specify.
Yeah, I was just say that, but let's not get it twisted. When it is time to be boots on the ground, let's just have the same interaction. It will be greatly appreciated. Hands we have on deck, because once again, the police rely on the tips that the community gives. You know, they don't know. None of us know these people, but they do rely on the tips. And I'm hoping that someone from the department is listening tonight and being able to gather more information and to take notes to help them to what they're already have or what they're trying to do. And as we get this information and we start to mobilize as a community, I just hope that we can have as many hands on deck. If you know something, don't just sit back and wait and later point the finger. It's necessary to speak up. It's necessary to keep speaking up. This should not be happening in today's time.
Look, when Jarvis was 13, he had a child. He had older females on his ass. Grown-ass woman. Cool my mama, and he had a baby with her.
Justice for Naziyah. I had mentioned that there was a guy on social media saying that his mother had a child by Jarvis at the tender age of 13. Here's that conversation.
Look, when Jarvis was 13, he had a child. He had older females on his ass. Grown-ass woman. Cool my mama, and he had a baby with her. Thank God they didn't take, thank God he didn't touch my sister because they took her away. You feel me? Even though the shit fucked up and it's wrong, but females play a part in that shit too. Potato, what they call that shit? A couch potato player or whatever. So he lived off females. And he take advantage of females. What happened to him? It happened, and he do got at least almost like 30 kids out here. My sister is firstborn. Yes, I'm from Detroit. Born and raised. But yeah, my mama did that shit. Like, ain't no telling who did it before my mama had a baby 13. That was 19, what year was that? 1990 something?
The baby 13 years old by your mama?
Huh? Yeah.
That's your sibling.
I'm telling you, yeah. My mama had a baby by a 13-year-old. I don't fuck with my mama.
Why she in jail?
I'm telling y'all the real deal. He was so young. Look, put it like this. He was so young that CPS picked up the case and took my sister away. You hear what I'm saying? So even though he did, it's fucked up. Motherfuckers were doing that shit to him too.
Is your mom in jail?
No, she ain't in jail, but they took her kids away from that shit.
How old was she? I mean, I feel like, hold on, because that ain't enough. She should have been in jail. Yeah,
No, they didn't. They took her kids away. It was enough for us. He need to go to hell if you ask me. Or females did too. Not only her, it's more than her. Most of y'all females look like him.
Wow. Okay, so the American Disability Act, ADA as a defense to terminate, ADA as a defense to termination of parental rights. Following Terry, we concluded that respondents' claim of ADA violations does not supply grounds to challenge the order terminating her parental rights. Respondent has identified no accommodations that was refused. In any event, the record indicates that respondent was offered services in her home to accommodate her disability. Respondent was identified no accommodations was refused. In any event, the record indicates that Respondent was offered services in her home to accommodate her disabilities. Okay, so the video before this was obviously the first lady that Jarvis had a child by that we know of at the age of 13. That was her son. First time hearing from him, put her on blast, told us everything. We didn't know about this lady. That's how we found out. And then this is the paperwork that he just said they was taken and all that stuff. The sister was taken when they were young, and here it is. This paperwork is from July, it says July 17, 2003. And then I think it was like 1999 when the child was born. That's what we're going after. After this is going to be a video of his sister and her response to the trolling and everything that she was going through. And I think it's one more after that. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Please smack the thumbs up if you have not. And we just gonna finish this out, y'all. Shout out to the moderators. Thank you, Alma. She said, what if Marquita and Shannon traded places for the press conference? Now, it's very possible. I don't know them apart. I'm sure people close to them know them apart, and probably that would have stood out. But I don't know. They definitely could have did that. They got a lot of slick things going on with this family. But yeah, thank y'all for tuning in, though. Share this out. Share this out. Thus, the trial court did not clearly err by finding that the petitioner complied with the requirements of the ADA, American Disability Act. The respondent also claims that the lower court clearly erred by finding that grounds from termination exist. Respondent also claims that the lower court clearly erred by finding that grounds for termination existed. We disagree. The evidence was sufficient to show that the conditions that led to adjudication continued to exist. At the time of adjudication, evidence was presented that respondent still had contact with and would whip her older children, to whom her parental rights had previously been terminated, and would argue with them as if she were their age. She was volatile towards her social worker as well. The core conditions underlying the adjudication was respondent's mental and emotional instability, which she does not recognize and which has not been ameliorated. Whoa, I don't even know that word. Ameliorated by therapy. We're gonna have to pull out old Webster. Which she did, okay, so which she does not recognize and which has not been, it ain't fixed because she's still, she in court right now. So whatever happened in therapy, it didn't work. But we ain't looked up the word yet. But we gonna keep going. So the evidence was also sufficient to establish that the minor child would likely be harmed if returned to the respondent. So she was an abuser at that. I mean, but we should know because of what she did to him, I guess. But it ain't looking like, I don't know, man. Like, hold on. Let me finish reading this. So it says the psychological report relied on by the trial court indicated that with any stress, respondent would be likely to neglect, if not abuse, her children with any stress. A more recent report indicated that the respondent was often very emotional and hostile and did not benefit from the therapy process. Because there's no evidence to indicate that the respondent has successfully addressed the emotional and mental instability that impedes her ability to adequately parent, the trial court did not clearly err by terminating respondents' parental rights on this basis. We need to consider whether there was clear and convincing evidence regarding other grounds, because only one ground need to be established. Finally, the court did not clearly err by finding that termination was not contrary to the best interest of the child. The child is thriving in foster care and does not recognize the respondent as her mother. The evidence supports the findings that respondent will not be able to adequately parent in the reasonable future, given the apparently intractable nature of her mental instability, particularly because she denies any emotional or mental problems, which most people that mentally have mental problems, they don't admit it. They don't. The minor child has been in foster care ever since March of 2099. March of 1999. Made me think of Prince right there. And she is entitled to permanently in her life. She is entitled to permanency in her life. Okay. Wow. Okay, so that's a lot about her. That's a lot. And that is it on that. What y'all think about that? Do anybody want to call in and you controlled her emotionally? You exposed her to so much at such a young age. The text messages between you two were disgusting to hear. Naziyah deserved more. So much more, she said. And while I mentioned that other people have failed her, Jarvis Butts, you are the monster in this whole picture. Yes, he is. And somebody said, you know who else failed her too, the justice system that keeps letting people like this out of prison after not being convicted once, not twice, but 3 times prior to her case for the same thing. Boy, there's a mega edit in a section today. I hope the other prisoners take care of him. Her grandma deserves to be prosecuted to the fullest extent. Sabri said everything I like to say. Let me go to something else. Hold on. I just thought about something. I've been meaning to do this, so let's see. So what I wanted to do is go to Jarvis's sister, her page where she posted this on January 16th, 2025. And in this post, she said, it's really sad that some people are so ignorant. I did what was right. And now my daughter and I are getting life-threatening phone calls. I see some of my family members' pages are being posted that never even met my brother. I don't owe anyone any explanation. I know who I am. People are speaking on me and my family as if they know us personally. I hope that they're putting the same energy into keeping their children and kids away from MFers like my brother. Find a job or something better to do besides trolling me. This is just why people don't come forward to do what's right. Shaking my head. And then somebody said, F what they talking about. You did what you had to do. So she said, you know, I'm just worried about them. She said, I'm not worried about them. Effing with my kids and my brother is not, and my brothers is not cool. People act like you have control over who you're related to. So I just wanted to read this because we haven't heard from Jarvis's family or anything. And this is just a way to see, you know, what she was thinking at that time. And I mean, she got trolled pretty early on, so that probably turned her off from thinking about talking to anybody. Oh shoot, wrong people. Let me see something. I'm not looking at the chat, y'all. So she said, I literally deactivated my account because people thought I had something to do with this. And I still hear people talking about her. And I feel bad for the family that, you know, spoke out, did the right thing, and people are trashing them. So she said, I literally deactivated my account because people thought I had something to do with this. I was just at the wrong place at the right time. The police didn't come to me. I went to them. They never knew I was there. They didn't even know I was there until I did my own. Wait, I didn't even know I was there until I did my own investigation. Brother or not, that shit is wrong as hell. And he has to pay for that. He has to pay for what he did. That's why I testified. I didn't have to do this shit. Naziyah deserves justice. She deserves to be laid to rest. Her family deserves closure. This is not on me and my family. She said, I'm seeing all this made up. She cussing a lot, so I ain't gonna. She said, I see all this made up stuff. Stories about my mom, which is crazy because everyone that knows us knows our grandma raised us. They need to find another hobby. What happened to Naziyah is sad and heartbreaking. If they care so much, search the area his ass was tracked to. She told somebody that she loved them. She's telling people that she loved them. People that's encouraging her. She said her brother, she told her brother to delete his comment, and it's because he said MFers can play crazy if they want to. I'm the brother that'll blow Ish up. And she said, delete this. F them. I'm not worried. And he said, I ain't deleting Ish. F whoever don't like it. Okay. And then she left. She just called his name and put her hand on her forehead like, dude. So then one thing about me is I'm going to to always do the right thing. It doesn't matter what people think of me. It's their opinion. It don't pay my bills. Then she's telling people she loved them. They're telling her they love her. Somebody said, I'm so proud of you. The way you stood up for what was right. You stood on business. And she said, you know that. That's what I do.
I stand on business. You got me somewhere, I stand on business. You got me in your hood, I stand on business. I've been stand on business. I stand on business. You got me somewhere, I stand.
And that's pretty much it that she said that I could see. There's a lot of stuff that other people are saying.
At Wayne County Jail, your phone does not accept collect calls. This call has been provided by Telmate as a courtesy for friends and family. You cannot receive additional calls from this inmate until you set up a prepaid account. We can take your credit or debit card information over the phone and connect you immediately back to your call. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. Press 1 to accept all communications from this. Thank you for using Telmate.
My guy, what's up, man?
Not shit, man. What's happening?
Not shit, man. How you feeling? My bad, I missed your call. I was working like a motherfucker.
I figured they said you was up there banging. Said the shot was banging.
Yeah, you know it.
What's up, my nigga?
Triggers.
What was that, son? What's up, boy?
You know it, nigga.
Triggers.
Hey, shit. Man, I'm calling, man. These bitches ain't put my money on my motherfucking books, bro.
Oh, yeah, take a minute for them to put that shit on there. Even if you walk in with it, man, they be playing it crazy.
Yeah,
I swear to God. Hey, you got a machine and shit. You show you straight, you need something? I gave you a couple $2 for you left, didn't you?
Yeah, I had some money on my books, nigga. I came in with money.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they didn't put that shit on my hookup. I was looking on a little tablet. They talking about $0. That's some bullshit.
That shit crazy.
Yeah.
How is it, though?
Man, that's some bullshit. I'm in quarantine on this whole shit, bro.
Oh, yeah, they got you on that quarantine flow for how long? 3 days?
I don't know how long, nigga. Shit, I'm about to be the only one in this bitch in my part.
You say, what happened?
Don't he sound excited?
I said, shit, I'm about to be the only one. Nothing but me and young enough in this motherfucker. Up in this bitch.
Sound like you at home.
Yeah, so.
What you need?
Huh?
No, I was acting funny with that customer nigga. Man, listen. You straight?
Yeah, I'm good, my nigga.
Triggers.
Huh?
I said, yeah, I'm good, dog. Oh, shit, yeah. You got Tashi number, right?
Yeah.
So, Dig, I'm gonna need you to call her one day, nigga, and get that truck up there, nigga. Get my phone out that back seat, bro.
Oh, man. All right. Well, how I'm supposed to get the truck up there? What am I supposed to tell her?
Tell her you fuck around and lost a card up there too when we was moving the radio.
Okay.
I just want to see. Now, listen,
it's where?
You have 1 minute remaining for this call.
Reach behind that back seat.
It's where? Yeah.
As soon as you reach behind that back seat, bro, there's a box right there. Just reach straight behind the middle of that back seat, bro.
Do they sound like more than co-workers? Because they sound like best friends to me. You know what I'm saying? Or lovers. I don't know whichever one, but allegedly. But yeah, they sound like they real tight. They are more than just co-workers. What y'all think?
Okay, under it or in the back or in the back
it's
thing?
In the back, like right in the back of the seat, bro.
Oh.
Do y'all think King missed that phone on purpose? How did he miss it?
Get rolled.
I got you. And I need the key. You know you took the key. You took the key to the gate.
It's the same key.
I don't got that key, do I?
Yeah, you do. It's the same key to the lock at the door.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same key, but
Man, you know I got you. I'm put some money on the phone later, man. When I get around, baby, I haven't put the credit card. You hear me?
It's all
Hey, you hear me, man? I'm gonna send you some money right away as soon as I get around, baby. Hey, listen, they real tight. Oh, but speaking of key, what I'm thinking with the key, I remember hearing in order to get in the shop, they go in through the store. That is the way that they get into the shop. That's what I heard, right? So we know that he was taking them there. And I had asked this question. I was wondering if he was taking them there after hours when King wasn't there. And per the transcripts, that's what he was doing because he opened the door with the key. But now what I'm trying to figure out is there another way into that shop besides going in through the store? Because from my understanding, that is how they get to the shop, y'all. If you think about it, the outside of that shop is just garage doors. I was told they enter the shop through the store. So that would mean the store would know what the heck is going on. How can he walk through violating? Can y'all hear me good? Because I see my signals down. I don't know why. But how can he walk through a store with these children? And then they come out after the back and all that crap. How do you not hear something? This is what I'm trying to figure out. Is it true? And I also heard that they share they share the same bathroom. So who owns the store? Like, is Frank the owner of the store too? She definitely ate him up. But yeah, is Frank the owner of the store too? I think King left it on purpose. I don't know why, but listening to this, he seemed framed on an unaliving because he didn't sound worried. He just seemed to been in there for the case he already had. And that is what he was in there for at first. Right up until this phone call. So you're right. It turned up right after this. Right after this, he had the interrogation. They talked to King. They talked to King on the 13th. The press conference was on the 14th, and I think it was the 15th that they did Jarvis's interrogation. And that's what we going to next. So yep, he was just locked up for the gun charge at that time. All of the stuff hadn't hit him yet. But oh baby, it was coming.
If you need him on, I call my wife and have her bring it up there to you.
I
don't need it though. If you said the same one, I got it. So I don't need it right now anyway. Just when I get the scrap out of there.
And here's another Inga hollering wife and ain't married nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, this dude had 2 fiancés. The one he was living with and Tashiana. My wife ain't married nobody.
Okay.
Unless he did. Did she come down there? I don't know. Can you get married in jail? They do that, don't they? This dude ain't got married that quick though. But you know another thing he don't sound like he give a damn that Naziyah is missing. That's another thing that he don't sound like. Okay, he don't care. Period. For the people that think, oh, he loved Naziyah, no, it actually make me ill every time somebody say it. He didn't. He didn't care about nobody. She was the age. She was his lucky number, 13. That's it.
And Mr. Wright, were you successful in getting that cell phone from the vehicle like Mr. Butt asked you to?
She came up here, but I
wasn't there.
Oh, okay. We done.
You say she.
We done with that one. Okay. And so now we're going to go to the interrogation. Wait, is this the right one?
voicemail, press 2.
Hey, Nikki P. Where you calling from?
From Detroit.
Okay. What's up, 313?
Right. What up, though?
What up, though?
Yeah, I was just calling in because I don't know if you stated it or someone in your chat stated it that the case had been set on for 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
But that was not from Detroit Police Department. That was from DPD. I mean, DPS.
Mm-hmm.
DPS sat on it, and then when DPD finally got it, they were behind the 8-ball. So
yep.
I didn't catch the rest of that, but I thought someone either in your chat said it or you said it.
Yeah, I did glance and see that, and so Shannon Jones got the case. She was asked to look at it February 12th, and then soon as she got it, I mean, they the very next day they called interview. Yeah, they was on it. They interviewed or interrogated King, then some other people, and then Jarvis, and yeah, they just took off. But it's set probably on old Wolf's lazy. He couldn't have cared less. That guy, you know, the one that was like, oh hell if I know.
Well, you know, Annette, it was the way Annette presented it to the school. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She presented her as running away. You know what I'm saying? So there was no urgency, and it shouldn't be that way. But she should have never, you know, like Kiwana and Janelle said, she was never a runaway. You know, and for Annette to say that, I mean, she's just a hot mess. But I'm from Detroit, like I said. A lot of this propaganda and fake news is going on. I mean, Detroit getting dogged out. In a lot of ways, you know, it's just like any other urban city. You know, Kim Worthy, she ain't the first prosecutor. I mean, I follow a lot of trials in other states, and their hair prosecutions ain't about none either. You know what I'm saying? But she keeps being reelected. Like, people reelect her because nobody really goes. You know, they don't.
I'm gonna go back to that, y'all. A lot of people have something to say about that lady that called in, but I want to go to Roxy.
The other family member, because Janelle is not my family, Kiwana is. But at the time, I didn't know that Janelle was not connected to me until later.
Justice for Naziyah. I ran across this video, a conversation that Roxy was having with some people online. This might help answer a few questions you may have had concerning some details of the case and to gain a little more understanding of the family fallout. One of the things that stand out to me about this conversation is the confusion of Naziyah's shoes and clothes. That confusion originated from the family, and obviously it trickled down to the investigation. So I want to point out that this video that I'm playing right now was months ago. This was way before I discovered everything that we discovered over here about the evidence and how it was placed and who did it and all of that. This video is actually, of course, I can't see the date on it, but it's from at least 4 months ago. And the fact that the police did not come in a timely manner when they were alerted that they may have found something belonging to the missing girl.
Did you find the clothes? Because I know that you or your mother said that you guys were the one who found the clothes that I guess Naziyah had. And I wanted to clarify that as well. When they were over there searching, I did not know the area that I was in. I was trying to get over there to the church. They were over there searching over there by the church. I saw the military people and the divers on the bridge because somebody contacted me and said, hey, I think they're over here looking for your cousin. There is a street that you go down. I guess it's an old golf course or something like that. I put it in my GPS. That's the way my GPS took me. The road that I was going down, which was Berg, which was the opposite way from them, I started looking over there. I stopped the military and asked them. I said, "Are y'all looking for a 13-year-old girl?" They said, "Yes." I went and asked the divers, had they searched in the area or what have you that I was in. They was like, "No." The area that I was in, you driving down the road, it's bags of trash, it's clothes, it's all kind of stuff. We were looking through all of that stuff. I did not know that that was Naziyah stuff. I mean, what was the stuff there? Yes. Did I touch it? No. I did not know that that was her stuff.
What was the reason for y'all saying there's no need to search for her anymore?
Because that is what the police told me.
If you did discover the clothes or whatever like that, as the lady discovered the ID, why aren't you like in the trial? Why aren't you included in the?
Because the police didn't want to come over there and get it. When I called the police, because it would look like it was teenage clothes, I did not know that that was her stuff. I did not know that that was her stuff. I called the police and said, "Hey, there's some shoes over here. There's some clothes over here that looks like, you know, it could be of a young girl stature, considering the fact of how small Naziyah was." So when I called the police, they asked me what was the stuff. I didn't say anything about the clothes because it's a whole bunch of clothes over there. It's clothes still over there right now if you go look. But there are shoes over there, and they were talking about a Nike shoe. I called the police. I told the police, I said, "Hey, there's clothes over here, there's shoes over here that look like, you know, it's a small stature of a teen girl or what have you." They said they were going to come over there. They never came over there. I waited over there for 2 hours. I even called Mark over there to see if Mark could get the police over there because he was live. He called the police.
Situation about some shoes that came about, right? Well, there was an investigation going on by a church. Remember, there was like 9 different precincts investigating by the church. Well, I was live on the scene that day, and you know, there was a lot of information being said on my live. They told me to shut my live down and go live somewhere else, right? Because the information being shut, right? So I went live to somewhere else was across the street. Me and Roxy went live and we found a pair of shoes, right? So we went live on a pair of shoes, and then the police called me back and said, "Hey, well, where are those shoes at? What's going on with the shoes?" I said, "Well, we're right across the street." So they said, "Where you at?" So we waited there for an hour waiting for them to pull up. They didn't show up. Long story short, they went and recovered the shoes, and I found out, I got intel about 2.5 months later. They did an investigation on the shoes, a DNA test on the sweat, and they found out that those were actually her shoes after they did a DNA test on the sweat from the shoes, right?
The detective literally said in the thing, on the stand, that the police, that they did get called, but they didn't come over there because that wasn't the shoe or the description that they were looking for. They never came over there to get it. Then it wasn't until another clout chasing person that nobody stood up to except for me, and he was using Naziyah to get community service hours because he was on probation. So I had to fight that battle by myself to let him know that he wasn't going to use my family member for his community service hours. He was making a big fuss about the shoe because apparently he got in contact with Vari, and Vari verified that that was her shoe and sent her a picture.
Mind you, this is the dude that's asking me for $100. At the time that I posted this video, I had no idea. And even looking at this video, I'm noticing that I even had the second shoe in the video and didn't even realize it. So for me, I'm connecting dots. This is wild. And this is Roxy explaining everything prior to me realizing what was going on. And so I know a lot of people didn't catch that, but it might have been known to people that was following it from the beginning. I'm not sure, but I'm just saying I've been following it. Like, y'all see how I'm following it, and I'm just catching on to all of that. And this is just all coming together.
Then that's when the police went over there and got it. But when the police was initially contacted, they said that she said that they wasn't coming over there because that's not the description of what they was looking for. And they never came. And I was over there for 3 hours waiting for them, still searching, but waiting for them.
And I want to point out that the detective said what she just said about them not coming and why they didn't come. And then she went on to say, the detective Shannon, why they did end up coming, which is Vari's friend. recording this, and now we finding out all this shady stuff, and like, yeah. So he's the reason why this evidence is what I'm saying.
They never showed up. But the white man in the preliminary hearing said that they were searching and he came across. Right, but they weren't over there in the area. There were people that was searching. They were searching in the water at the beginning of Berg. There's a bridge. They were in the front. I asked them, I said, have y'all came and searched over here by this building, by the abandoned building? I just called it abandoned building. I didn't know it was an old golf course. I said, have y'all came and searched over here by the abandoned building? They said no. When I called Mark over there, I said, Mark, do you know if they came over here and searched it? He said, no, there was nobody over there in the area. Nobody. And when I even asked the military people, they was acting nonchalant like they didn't give a damn.
Can I ask you a question? Did Shannon know you, or did she not say when y'all was having that conversation inside the house that Naziyah was pregnant, or she gave pregnancy tests?
She was not talking about Naziyah. She was talking about herself.
Okay, who was the other girl?
She was talking about being pregnant with Janiyah, which is her oldest daughter.
She did a pregnancy test for being pregnant with her oldest daughter.
She's done a pregnancy. She's done a pregnancy test or a maternity test on all of her children.
At that point, her oldest daughter was like, why? Was she comparing it to her oldest?
We were not talking about Naziyah at that point. People just wanted to hear what they heard, and they took off with it. She said she was pregnant with Naziyah. She said Naziyah was pregnant. She said that's not what she said.
That's not how it went at all. I never. This is when I found out I was pregnant. I took the pregnancy test, and I asked her how pregnant. I said it seemed to the lines for one straight. Yeah. So she did. So I'm going to the pregnancy test. This is John. I don't want to be the parent.
Well, I seen in this text, like, it was between you and Naziyah's brother, and it was like he was taking money from his niece and Naziyah, baby niece.
I've already corrected that. There's a whole lot of nieces. I said I made a mistake and said niece. I've said that. I've corrected that.
Okay, well, all of us don't get to see everything, so I think
exactly. How would you feel if your family, if you go against your family, right?
So yeah, I definitely didn't agree with what Roxy said concerning the pregnancy, the conversation, because I heard what I heard, and that's why I played that clip. Yeah, that's the only thing that I could point out. Any discrepancy concerning Roxy personally. I know that everybody is like hating her and on her and all that, but I've always respected the fact that her and Mark was what they was doing, and everybody that was involved in fighting for Naziyah and all of that stuff, other than what I just heard there. Now everything else I don't know, I don't agree with, because I go by facts, and because I know how people will just dislike somebody, especially the person that's in the limelight, trying to, put eyes on the case. I've been doing this for 5 years now, so I done seen it so much, starting with the Kanika Jenkins case. So, and I'm drawn to the underdogs. And I'm doing something similar. So I don't like when people do that, when they attack family, when they attack people that are speaking out, because it is important that they do speak out. They are the reasons why we're able to keep talking about the case. If the family stop talking, you see what the news is doing. And what happens is people forget about the case. And so, again, that was a discrepancy for me, saying that she didn't say that, because Yeah, she was credible until she started talking about Shannon pregnancy. Yeah, see, for me, yes, master, for real. And because she was being touched by Jarvis. Babe was like 11, 12. Yep, and I believe it was before. I believe it was when he met her, when we got proof that he touched a 4-year-old and what he did. You know, you know what he did. He had no limits. He wasn't waiting. Soon as he seen her, and it was her over there, they said she was with Shannon all the time when she was in Clinton Township, and he was living there. So come on. He met her at 2. Shannon knew it wasn't just an uncle and a niece relationship. And he wasn't no dang mentor. Oh, I would just talk to him about, he couldn't even say what he was talking to him about because he wasn't talking to him about nothing. At the same time, talking about he didn't want to be in the family business. But like I said, ain't you part of the family? Ain't you part of the family, sir? Ain't that your daughter? You know what I'm saying? Like, Shannon have guilt written all over her face. Exactly. Everything that come out of her mouth. She stumbles over her words. She don't make sense. She coughs when she lying. Her and Jarvis saying the same things and just everything. We know you knew in 2022 because it's documented. If ain't nothing else documented, and it backs up what Jernell and Kiwana saying. Regardless to whatever. I mean, I'm happy that they spoke out. I ain't, you know, all that mess. Like, it is what it is. I'm happy that these people are speaking out or have spoke out because I mean, pretty much some of their stories don't change. Kiwana and Jernell been saying the same thing since they hit the first podcast, the Community Advocate channel. Mark D, you could go back to that. Everything is there, you know, and I'm just trying to keep track of what we going by, and you know, because things is being added and subtracted and just, you know, all kind of stuff. The news will probably talk about bring it up just before the trial. Yep, that kind of stuff. And then it be days later. Just like you know, finding out that everything was delayed. The case conference was delayed. That didn't come up until days later with the news. But I definitely appreciate them too. But just pointing out they not beyond making a mistake. And so now I'm unclear on when the trial is because a couple articles said it's rescheduled for 8/1, which would be pushed up from October 6th, which another article said, and that is also what we have been going by. So I guess it's safe to say something is going on 8/1. And then the fact that he got arraigned for the new charges tells me that, I mean, that's a whole new trial, correct? That's a new arraignment and a new bond and all this stuff. Like he is just, he's going down. He ain't getting out for the people that think that he is, or, you know, or think that they need a body. They definitely don't. And you know, when I come back live, I'll beat and went over his charges and stuff to make it clear what's really going on.
You already hurt and frustrated about the situation that's going on with your family. So you speak up and you go against them. And then you have your other family member, because Janelle is not my family, Kiwana is. But at the time, I didn't know that Janelle was not connected to me until later. Then you have individuals who you thought that we were all working together, right? We all had a position. And then you have people coming to you and saying that these two individuals have been going around telling people and not trust them. Referring to Janelle and Kiwana. If you wanted to find Naziyah, If you wanted to keep it about Naziyah, why were you not doing interviews, but you have the time to do interviews a year later? It's not making sense. You're coming to do interviews about quote unquote lies and all of this and that, but you wouldn't do an interview about telling anything about Naziyah. That doesn't make sense. My marriage, they came on and disrespected my marriage, saying that I was doing something with Mark that I wasn't doing. That's where the disrespect came from. Because you first of all, how would you sit up here and say that I'm sitting up here doing something with a man, and you know that that's not true, because I'm with a whole ass woman, okay, and she knew I was married. That's where the disrespect came from.
And you said you met with Miss Annette Harris on the 10th?
Yes.
And that's of January 2021.
January. Yes.
That was early in the morning?
Around between 11 and 12.
So school was in session at that time?
Yes.
Did you speak with the teacher who was in Naziyah's classroom on the 9th of January?
No.
Did you speak with any of Naziyah's known friends?
Late in the investigation, yes.
You did. Who did you speak to?
I can't recall that.
Did you write them in a report?
No, not in this report.
Okay, so you spoke with folks, but you didn't record their names?
I recorded it probably on my write sheet, but not inside the missing report.
And you didn't take statements from anybody?
Not at the time.
Ever?
No.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody else at the school about Naziyah, either on the 10th or any time after that?
Only on the 10th, I talked to the guardian, which is the grandmother, and a couple of students.
A couple?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many?
A couple, two.
Two. Okay. Just want to make sure we have the same definition of a couple. And you said you canvassed the area?
Yes.
What area did you canvass?
The 3 Mile area. We were all around there, checking dallies, knocking on doors, see if we can get some video, doorbell, camera footage. We didn't find anything.
In her classroom, does she have a locker or a cubby or anything where she stores items?
I can answer that question.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Fair to say then that you didn't check?
I may have, but I can't call right now because it's been such a long time.
Is there a report that documents whether you did or not?
No.
Okay. And after you did the canvass of the area of 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall, what else did you do?
I went back to the station, advised the lieutenant of what we came up with.
Which was what?
Which was, I talked to the parent, the grandparent, talked to a couple of students. We didn't find anything from doing our search of the area.
So did you do anything else in regards to investigating?
No, I did not, because I was getting ready to retire, so I was done.
You were first notified about this on the 10th, correct?
Yes.
And how long did you stay involved in the investigation?
That day.
Okay.
So much went wrong with this case, so they give it to someone that's done before he even got started. So with that being said, we definitely didn't need the family fallout. It definitely is a distraction from what's important, and that's Naziyah. Drop down in the comments and let me know what stood out to you the most. Yeah, this dude, he did not care, and he was real confident and comfortable in not caring. And so that again failed again. How can every step of her life, every step of the way of the case could she have been failed like this? And then you heard then I found out later that the grandmother claimed she went up there at 7 something and he said 11 or 12. He just said it in this video. Because I said he must be associating that with lunch. And she said she came up there reporting it at 7 when she dropped the kids off. So that's another discrepancy. So what happened after he left? Where did it go? He said he handed to the one guy, or somebody. He said somebody would have taken it over it after me. So I don't know if he gave it to him or not. I don't know what happened, but we know that it got fumbled at the house. Okay, it got fumbled at the house, got thrown over here, and they dropped it. And then DPD didn't pick it up until a month and 2 days later, when Shannon Jones, the lead detective, was asked to take a look at the case. Then on the 13th, she interviewed King. So by the time they interviewed, they had the press conference on the 14th. That's when Jarvis' sister got in touch with the lead detective, and Shannon got her number from her. Then they talked to Jarvis. That was the interrogation we was just listening to. And they talked to King again several times after that. Another discrepancy is Tashiana says she didn't take her truck. She ain't see King after that. She said she ain't take her truck back up there. And King said that she did, and he looked for the phone. So I don't know who lying there. It just got fumbled everywhere. Let me see what y'all saying. It stayed on his desk with no notes because he had none at all. And then gonna have the nerve to try to correct her with a couple thing. A couple, too. You wasn't right with nothing else but, yeah. She said, I'm just trying to make sure we define it, basically what a couple is. He said he was done, and he meant that. He was done with the job when he said done. Yeah, before he even got it. He the way he's sitting there, like, I don't even know why they gave it to me. I mean, that's like giving somebody homework on the last day of school. Make that make sense. It don't. They should have never gave it to him. Who gave it to him? And then Mr. Smith, her real teacher, marked her present the next day when we all know that she was missing the day before. So she was marked present on January 10th when she went missing January 9th. Poor Naziyah. So we got to try to keep up with the facts. But he going down. This dude ain't getting out. He ain't getting off. And I don't know if they found out something more about Naziyah and the baby, because before they could not, due to the fact that they didn't have her body, they couldn't determine if she was pregnant or not, which is why he wasn't being charged with the baby, not knowing the age and of the baby, the fetus or whatever, So I don't know. I got to look at his charges, because somebody said that they see 2 M charges on his record. So we'll talk about that when I come back, like I said. And because I said I'm going to go back to that phone call. A lot of people, has something to say about the phone call, but this is actually where I found out that he had gotten new charges. Yeah, the security guard is the worst in America. Welcome in, Levesque. How you doing? Welcome in, Tolanda. When Shannon used should be, told me all I needed to know. Exactly. Should be an uncle-niece relationship. It shouldn't be nothing. Shannon knew it wasn't an uncle-niece relationship. Welcome in, Yaki-Ya or Yaki-Ya. I feel like I be saying your name wrong, but that's why she said should be. Exactly. Because she couldn't even say it right out her mouth because she knew it sounds stupid coming out. Guilt in her statements, guilt in her voice.
Voicemail, press 2.
Hey, Nikki P. Where you calling from?
From Detroit.
Okay. What's up, 313?
Right. What up, though?
What up, though?
Yeah, I was just calling in because I don't know if you stated it or someone in your chat stated it that the case had been set on for 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
But that was not from Detroit Police Department. That was from DPS.
Mm-hmm.
DPS sat on it, and then when DPD finally got it, they were behind the 8 ball. So
yep.
I didn't catch the rest of that, but I thought someone either in your chat said it or you said it.
Yeah, I did glance and see that, and so Shannon Jones got the case. She was asked to look at it February 12th, and then soon as she got it, I mean, they the very next day they called interview. Yeah, they was on it. They interviewed or interrogated King, then some other people, and then Jarvis, and yeah, they just took off. But it's set probably on old Wolf's lazy. He couldn't have cared less. That guy, the one that was like, oh hell if I know.
Well, Annette, it was the way Annette presented it to the school. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She presented her as running away. You know what I'm saying? So there was no urgency, and it shouldn't be that way. But she should have never, like Kiwana and Janelle said, she was never a runaway. And for Annette to say that, I mean, she's just a hot mess. But I'm from Detroit, like I said. A lot of this propaganda and fake news is going on. I mean, Detroit getting dogged out. In a lot of ways, it's just like any other urban city. Kim Worthy, she ain't the first prosecutor. I mean, I follow a lot of trials in other states, and their hair prosecutions ain't about none either. You know what I'm saying? But she keeps being reelected. Like, people reelect her because nobody really goes. They don't. Is nobody that's wanting to be in that position, so they don't go up against her.
Wow.
So that's how she gets, reelected or however. But I'm gonna say this about her: she's a very intelligent woman. She's very smart. She knows the law. So she covers a lot of high-profile cases. And like I said in your chat, they got a lot of digital evidence on him and a lot of video evidence on Jarvis.
Mm-hmm.
And when Jarvis and King left Ypsilanti, which is what King said, he said he told everybody how long the ride was, and it gave him just enough time to get in his house because he had that tether on. They were all driving, but I know the news, they always present fake. They don't tell the facts like they should.
Right.
That's mainstream media for you. But yeah, I plan to attend the trial. I've been covering this trial, but I just want to commend you because I like your channel. Because you're not into all that mess, and I had to just step away for a while because it's just too much is going on out there that shouldn't be going on. The focus should no other than be on Jarvis because he was the last person with Naziyah. Period.
Oh man.
I mean, that household is wrong too. But I don't, like Kim Worthy said, they got the person that they had the evidence against. Now, did Shannon know something? It's a possibility, but we just still speculating. I mean, I just can't wait till the trial get here. I'm an avid trial watcher, so I've learned a lot from watching. I watch from all over, different states and stuff, and I'm looking forward to that trial. And I'm also looking forward to I don't know if you heard about the neurosurgeon that got killed in Detroit.
No.
He was in a gay relationship. Well, his prelim is going. The guy's prelim is going on all this week, but for whatever reason, because I think it's a lot of threats and a lot of people's lives online, they're not letting media going there with cameras. So I was disappointed with that. But what I'm gonna try to do is see if I can get the transcripts from that, because see, I like to go off the transcripts. I like to go off the evidence and testimony and trial. You know.
Yeah, me too. I like facts.
All the other stuff is just propaganda. It's just clickbait. It's crazy to me. Like, we talking about a little girl here that, you know, we about know now that she's probably, you know, definitely not with us according to what Kim Worthy has, you know, stated or whatever. But I am looking forward to going to that trial, and I do plan on going.
Oh, cool. That's nice.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
But I can keep you up to date, you know, with the because I don't know, I have my ex, and I know that well, they call it Twitter. I don't even know how to use it that good, but I know that I can report in the courtroom from that, but I won't have, you know, a camera or anything like that. Now, I got a lady that's from Atlanta. She a content creator, and me and her keep in touch a lot. She's planning. I might be able to collaborate something with her too. Yeah,
well, shoot, on the back end, because I definitely want to get that information. Because I'm not gonna be able to make it. I'm not gonna be able to make it. I had a bad experience last time I was there, and plus don't have nobody to go with. So I definitely like to talk to you about that behind the scenes.
Wow. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
You came to the city?
Yeah, we came some years ago. We went to a wedding, and 3 of our cars got broken into. And I came before to drive there, and something like that happened, and I'm by myself. I just can't do it.
So. Yeah, that's kind of common, depending on what kind of car. I ain't gonna lie, it's notorious for stealing cars.
Right. So who want to go, you know, for a quick trip and something like that happens? So I just said I ain't going.
Are you from Ohio? Because I saw that when I was calling. It said Ohio number.
Yeah, this is an Ohio number. I'm from Ohio for the most part.
Okay. Because I had family that lived in Cleveland, but they moved back here. So,
no, I never stayed in the Cleveland area.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I want to cover what about Kimani Lateef? What about you? Gonna try to cover that trial?
Yeah, I wanted to do that. I don't know. I mean, it's on the fence. I need to check back in on that case because I did go out there in the beginning, and I haven't gone to any court things. I went and got paperwork and stuff like that. So I am interested, but that had got messy. When stuff get messy, it do turn me off. They got a little bit messy, but I still care.
I haven't been hearing anything like about hers, but yeah, that mama, she need to have several seats.
That's the part I'm talking about. Too many lies, and I'm like, man, I cannot. I was basing some things I was talking about off of what she said, and it was just like, yeah. So.
Absolutely. So yeah, because I mean, Toledo is not that far, but if it's in the winter months, I ain't the one to be traveling on snow in no winter. I ain't about to chance it, so I wouldn't drive up there. But yeah, my god sister lives up there, but she's no longer here, so it's not like I can go chill with her and
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
And then I was gonna say, like, the trial, I was wondering if they will push this Naziyah's trial back since they pushed back the conference. You know they like to do stuff on anniversaries.
Yeah, I don't. The reason why I believe.
So now, let me say
that they pushed that back is because I don't know if you looked at his docket, but he got new charges. Like on the 13th, and these charges are pending from 2013.
What? Wait a minute. 2013. Wait, he got some on the 13th of this month?
Yeah, that's why I believe they moved it to August one because I was going down
Some
there
new discoveries then. That's what I was hoping.
Absolutely.
Okay, now she told me right there and I didn't catch it. She said, yeah, that's why they moved it to August 1. And so I was wondering about that because it was different on the articles that I just read. But I'm looking at this a little bit closer, this document right here. And it does say, right, you see the first box at the top near where his picture's at the bottom. It says, and because that smaller box is his court dates. So it is 8/1. His court date was today at 8 a.m. And then the next one is 8/1 at 8 a.m. Yep. So we can believe what's on the document right here. And then as far as the charges, you see, which this is the confusing part, like the way that my brain is wired, when something is confusing and unclear and it leaves me room for doubt, I can't take anything as facts. I don't trust it. I mean, it's not clear to me. Let's just say that. Because like right here in the third column where it says offense date, it clearly says the offense date, which would be the date that he offense is 6/27/2025, when it really should be the charge date. It has a charge description and then it has an offense date. So I guess to them, that's the day the offense happened because that's the day they recognize it. I don't know. It should be charge date. But it says 6/27/2025. Now we know that he had that case conference, but it was postponed until July today. It was postponed to today, I guess. Yeah. So then on the second column, which has the same docket number as the other one. And shout out to old boy. I was on his channel the other last night or night before last, and he was pointing out some things about the docket number and how you can tell if it's the same or not. Because I hadn't looked at this hard. Like I just posted that and not even read it out loud. And so now, looking at it closely and with him saying that, and he said that it was 2 M charges somewhere. And that's the part also that I'm looking at that. I see one, the homicide on line 10, which say first degree premeditated, and that would be for Naziyah. And it says offense date there 1/17/2025. Just not clear when you do stuff like that. And then I see another one down on line 3, but that actually had the same docket number, so that's attached to the same one. Line 3. Yeah, that's all Naziyah there. So it might be another one. But yeah, so that's why he not being charged for the baby though. They can't prove that. Because they using her medical records also because she had recently went to the doctor and was in the hospital and all kind of stuff. Let me see what y'all saying here. What's so sad? This paperwork all out of whack. Exactly. I mean, and like I said, the way my brain is wired, I mean, like if I ask you a question, you'd be like, I think, then that's telling me you don't know for sure. So I can't report it as facts when it's confusing. So that's why I point out also where I be getting stuff from. The charges from another county. The charges are from another county. Yeah, because let me see. I just ran into an article. Let me see. This is coming from News Herald. And it says after 12 years, for whatever reason, a man has been charged. Oh, after 12 years, a man has been charged in connection with the essay of a then 12-year-old girl from New Boston who is now 24. Wayne County prosecutor Kim Worthy charged Jarvis Ramon Butts of Detroit with first degree criminal SA, person under 13, and third degree criminal SA, person 13 to 15. So it says in spring of 2013, a residence in the 6700 block of Laramie Avenue in Allen Park, it is alleged that Butts SA, the then 12-year-old victim. Just disgusting. Ain't no help for this. And she talking about society can give him another chance. So you bring society decisions into your household and blame it on who? Yep, Talonda. Good morning. Good morning. Man, Stephanie said it's beside the point. I am sorry, but her knowing the law would be a given. Yeah, that is true. Yep. I mean, you know, everybody have flaws and stuff, but with these cases and it just being a shock of the finding out the a couple people that we did find out that has been falsely accused and prosecuted by Kim Worthy in her office is disturbing, you know, because what causes people to look at stuff like that? The fact that all of these discrepancies is happening in this case. So then you see something like that, of course people gonna say what they saying about her, because it's like, what the heck? Like, we don't just want, you know, Jarvis behind bars because of we want him behind bars for life because of what he's done. But I'm talking about we want the real person and everybody else involved also. Because if they not caught, then that means the organization goes on unscathed and it continues. Like, this is bigger than that. I believe organs and all kind of stuff is involved because it's too much happening. You know, I can't prove it, but it's looking real shady on too many people's ends. Like, we ain't pulling stuff out the sky over here saying certain things. We going by the evidence and what we can see here. And I definitely appreciate you. She said, I rang your bell. She said, I knocked at your door and rang the bell before entering. Yes, no B and E. And if you in the bushes or in the trees, please drop down and smack that thumbs up. You can also be nice and say hi. We don't bite, we bite back. You know, and really, we ain't trying to bite. We just trying to do what we do over here. Mind our business and everybody else's business that need a voice. Jarvis has Blicky charge here in NC. Is that new or is it one of his old charges? Because that's what he originally was locked up for. And I don't know where he got that charge from. And they had him I think it was just a year that he was serving. So at the time when he was talking to King, he ain't even know about Naziyah, what they knew about Naziyah yet. He had no idea. He thought he was still slick as oil. But he still, you know, they gotta know what's going on. Because they ain't that smart, in my opinion. Hold on. I'm looking at something now. Yeah, see, that says October trial date. And then his patterns is just crazy. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, see, when looking at his record when he first got locked up, he had that sentence date. I mean, they got him. He wasn't even in jail when he had just got in jail for real when they interrogated him, y'all, because it was July 13th. He didn't get February 13th. He didn't get locked up until February 7th. And then so right here it says his supervision date is 2/7/2024, and his discharge date was 2/7/2027. So the crazy thing is that they were still continuing him from getting locked up even after Naziyah went missing. They gave him one more continuum so he could have so much time if he was doing anything. And then I remember Nay, the girlfriend, saying that he started coming over more after that. But he was just using her to butter her up because he knew he was going to jail. Exactly. Who let the bastard out? He should have never even been let out with that record. He should have been sent directly back to jail after having us being caught with a 6-month-old baby. Period. It's just funny how all of this is circling back because we hearing from Janelle saying that that's even how she found out he had these charges, because he got locked up and she wanted to know what was going on, what was up with his charges, or where he was at or whatever. They had to pick up the baby or something, she said. So between the family with all they lies and exposing each other's sick mindset they have. Yep. Then have a Detroit working hand in hand with these demons. That's what it's looking like. People again to cover up the part of allowing it. Yeah, it sounds like an organization all the way. It sounds like a lot of different hands in it. And man, he has so many charges. Right. Why wouldn't they want anyone involved if they want to make a difference? Yep. It will make some of these shady families think twice. That's why it's some money involved, because they don't care about broke folks. I mean, they protecting somebody that got some money and follow the money. Who got the money in this case? Not them. Not them. It's a lot of shady activities that's been going on for a while. And Naziyah got all the way caught up. And the most gangster one in the whole family is Annette. She ain't even spoke. See, gangsters don't talk. She only spoke out once. And I love you back, Jamila. Oh, you said baby girl. She talking about Naziyah. Heck yeah, we love Naziyah. Justice for Naziyah. But I still love you, Jamila. Yes, we love her. I mean, that's what we doing this for. And we know that there's so many Naziyahs. And I mean, we can't report them all, and we don't see them all, and all don't touch everybody like the other. But it's still, and that's just being real, y'all. That's just how it is. That's some go viral and some don't. But the ones that have the potential to go viral, they all involve the family. The family is involved, the ones that I can think of. You can't do this without the family. That's why I don't like them being bashed. I mean, I don't see the point in that. I don't see the production in it at all. It's just a distraction. And then, seeing other things added to crucial information about Naziyah in pain on the floor, crying, all that. That didn't even happen because she asked for the counselor, not the doctor, not the, nurse. She wanted to talk. Something was on her mind. She wasn't the same. She wasn't normal. She wasn't her normal, happy self. But yet we see a picture of her waving and smiling. Nothing makes sense. And then the picture looked it looks Photoshop. It really do. Somebody else has mentioned that the other day. It really do. It looked distorted. It looked weird. The ring camera looked weird. But I mean, I can't point that stuff out enough. Yep, I believe she was finna tell. Yep, she was tired. She wanted to talk to somebody. And I don't think she called Shannon from school. She said she called her. And she was mean to her. Makes no sense. I don't recall hearing it on a stand. She was minding. That's what she told her. Just rude. Oh, shoot. Let me finish this out. And that's what I was hoping.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, two things that you can't escape from is.
And that's what I was hoping.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, two things that you can't escape from is harm to a child or murder.
Goodness gracious. What? Wait a minute. 2013. Wait, he got some on the 13th of this month?
Yeah, that's why I believe they moved it to August 1 because I was going down
some
there
new discoveries then. That's what I was hoping.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, two things that you can't escape from is harm to a child or murder. And you won't escape from that. You know what I'm saying? Statute of limitations never run out. So yeah, so that's why, because I was going down there that Friday, the 20th, and some told me the night before.
Wait a minute.
Look up his docket.
Wait a minute. Did you just say unaliving charges from the 13th? 2013?
No, I was saying two things that a person can't escape.
Right.
Am I talking on your live or I'm just talking to you?
No, we live, baby. We live. That's why I said triggers.
So I'm sorry because I said the other word because I didn't realize we were live because I muted, you know, so I wouldn't have no interference in the background with talking with you. But no, I was saying those are two types of charges that you don't escape because they have statute of limitations. No, I'm not saying that, but he had some more charges that they brought in on from 2013. If you look at his docket.
Last time I looked, but when did they add them? Because I had already seen they had added charges on there.
They added them on. I thought it was June the 13th. That's what I thought.
Oh, okay. If it's June the 13th, those are different because I haven't seen those. But I did see that they had added some more. Every time he went to court, they added some more stuff. All of those different dates. But I haven't looked this month. You got a screenshot of it? You can send it to me right quick.
I think so because I sent it to my neighbor. She be rolling with me, rocking with me on all these trials.
Oh, okay.
Together. Yeah. So and then there's another trial here. I don't know if you heard about this. Boyfriend unalived her. Now I'm planning on attending that trial too. I think his probable cause hearing is coming up. I got it all written down. I don't know the dates, but I know he got a lot of dates in August for his prelim. And I think Jarvis's hearing and that prelim is like on the same day. So I'm not gonna go to this. This case is out of Roseville, Michigan. That's not even far from Detroit at all. It's probably like an 8-minute drive.
Okay. Well, shoot. If you could please send me a screenshot of whatever you got, and we'll talk on the back end. So I'm looking at this other paperwork that I have that also makes it a little bit confusing because it's talking about the new charges, but it also has have it attached to the 4/17/2024 date. So that's what made me wonder if it was the old charges upgraded or something like that. I wasn't sure what that meant. But what I'm looking at, it says case details. Hold on, Jarvis Butts. On the part where it says, okay, so it says filed, date filed 4/2/2024. It has it says case entitlement, State of Michigan versus Butts. Judge on the record was Kenneth King. And it says 4/2/2024. But then it says case status closed 4/17/2024. Then when you go down to the cases charges, the charges is 2. It has the charges listed as criminal essay conduct in a second degree under 13 defendant 17 plus. And then it says original charge, criminal essay conduct, second degree under 13 17. All of that had the same number. So the offense date here is listed as June 18th, 2015. And then it has the disposition date of 4/17/2024. It says the disposition, the exam was waived, the defendant was bond over. And then it has the officer, agency, or petitioner name here, which last name is Gamble. That stuck out to me like a sore thumb. Then it says charge level is a felony. Arraignment date listed here as 4/4/2024. See, so that's what make me, I don't get that. Why is it? Unless this, anyway, we just gonna read these charges. It's still the charges. Okay, and then, yeah, I got it twice right there. So the date on that is 6/18/2015. Same thing. And I'm sorry, y'all, I don't have it in here right now, but yeah, it's a lot going on. Let me see what y'all saying. Because we know they never talked on the phone. She was texting him. Yep, that's what it looked like. Grand Rising, BFF. Grand Rising. How are you? Rise and shine, too. Where's the message to Jarvis when he told her what street to meet him on? Right. He didn't. He didn't. They didn't never say where they was gonna meet at. She just said, "I'll be there at 3. If you're not there, I'll wait." Then she told him to delete the message. So that's the crazy part. We don't know, but they did point out what she didn't say. Because he said, "Yeah, I was supposed to pick them up from the grandmother house." That was his response to that. He's supposed to pick them up, and we got the interrogation video in this live stream. We went over that. Talking about, yeah, I was supposed to pick them up from the grandmama house. And he was saying he don't pick them up one without the other. They started talking about, even though we didn't hear that part, they went into his record and why he even said that. That's why he's like, I don't pick one up without the other, which we know now that definitely, we know that don't make no difference. He do it in front of him. It's a group, it's a whole group effort there on his part. So taking one without the other, that's just more there that's in danger. That's all. But he was saying that because of his record. Yeah, he don't want nothing to be said. Like, boy, please. Because he had a goal. The family gave him a go. He wasn't worried about nothing. When you got the permission of the family, you become invincible. And we can clearly see that's what he became, because he had these women, these females behind him. He couldn't have did it without them. That's why it's important that everybody sign a petition. And that actually can be found on my community post and also in the description box of this video if it ain't in here yet. But I'm going to drop it in a chat too while I'm thinking about it. It need to be signed because that petition goes directly to them, because they had an obligation to protect the kids, not only because it's your family member, because it's morally right, because it's what humans do, but also because they was she a foster parent. And they knew Jarvis, they knew what Jarvis was, and they allowed him to do what he did. He could have never did it without them. So we definitely blame them. Let's go ahead and pin that. Y'all please sign that petition. And I'm about to lay it down. So I definitely appreciate y'all hanging with me though. We've been live for 5 hours and over 10 minutes. If it's check out my other playlist though, y'all. I got bukus of content concerning Naziyah. We have so much that we've separated the different ones. Like we got an evidence playlist, we have a Dre playlist, with everything that just happened. The fact that Mosquito called the cops on him and not Naziyah, finding out the cops was called 3 times, not once, but never on Jarvis. There is the petition that I dropped. And also thank you to the people that did go over. Several people went over and did sign it. This, I didn't do a new screenshot, but this is where it was at when I first posted it, which I don't know how much it went up, but let's make it go all the way up, because they need over 100-some thousand more signatures, if not 200-some thousand, to go after them, forcing them to basically follow their own law, their own rules in protecting the kids. I mean, being fed to the belly of the beast. That's what we see by everybody in this case. If you didn't get a chance to smack that thumbs up, please do it on the way out. I greatly appreciate that. Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Please subscribe. Are you a true crime sleuth looking to binge watch great content? Come on into my channel where I have a variety of videos, shorts, live streams, podcasts, playlists, members only videos, and also we have posts. Posts is a place where I share upcoming live streams, videos, calls to action, polls, quizzes, pictures, and ongoing conversations. Stand out and become a member with badges and special members emojis. Thank you for your like and subscription. Are you a Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. For sharing. For sharing. For sharing me. Thank you for sharing.
I stand on business. You got me somewhere, I stand on business. You got me in your hood, I stand on business. I've been stand on business. I stand on business. You got
Excuse me, ma'am. The people of the public wants to know where Naziyah is. Are y'all gonna tell us? Are y'all gonna stop playing games? Huh? How you miss your baby? You don't miss your grandbaby? Huh? You don't care about your grandbaby? Hello? Here, take some cheese balls with your burger ass. Excuse me, ma'am.
lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. Nanny boo boo.
We definitely believe that day is coming. If not, then it's a whole lot of people preventing it from happening. I tell you that. So how many cars did Jarvis have at the shop that day? And why did King take a picture of that Jaguar on the tow truck that day? Thank you for bringing it back full circle. Now, that is something that we talked about in the last live stream as far as him posting this car. I don't know, but I don't know when or where the picture was taken. I mean, I can't tell by the background where they are, but allegedly that is the Jaguar. It is on the tow truck, and he posted it on the 9th. That don't mean he could have took it. See, according to Talaysia Moore, that car was towed by them January 4th or 5th. So the fact that it was posted on the 9th means something to me if we are to believe Talaysia Moore, which is the auntie of King's son and the daughter of the woman whose Jaguar this is, and they all live together. And so she said that, and then King said the Jaguar was it was towed to the shop around 9 o'clock on the 9th of January, the same day that Naziyah went missing. When they went and got Naziyah, when they ran into Naziyah around 3 o'clock, that's when they was going to get the water pump to fix the Jaguar. And that just didn't make sense to me. They ordered it, and well, he said he had ordered it, and then they called and they was going to pick up the part. Then he had said something about he thought they was going back to AutoZone, and I think that's when he mentioned Naziyah. But either way, I don't know when this picture was taken and what made him post it on the 9th, and if this is something that he normally posts on his page. So clearly you can see Roxy shared this from King's page, and he put to the caption, "We fix it all." You see whose name it is and where his location was at, and then Roxy said what she said. She had shared it from him, shoot, I guess 2 days after he had originally posted it. So I don't know. According to this information, King is out. It appears he probably on a tether. I'm not accusing a man of nothing because they ain't. I mean, he ain't been accused of nothing. I'm just simply saying this is what it is. He testified he is the person that Jarvis was, Naziyah was last with. As far as going to driving in that very same car that was posted on his page. And that definitely looked like Naziyah happened to be going into a hotel. This is on Google Maps that somebody else pointed out. And I don't doubt it because we don't believe in Kawinky Dinks. Ultimately, this is the guy we know for sure did what he did. And this is who they trying for everything, is what it's looking like. So we interested in finding out what happened today in court and what's happening going forward. But whatever it may be, we covering it over here. Yep, that's his body frame. Yep. But King said it was towed on the 9th. He absolutely did. And so why? Who's lying? That could be figured out, though. That definitely could be figured out. If the person that told it keep records, who did tow it? Was it somebody, a family friend? They know. I don't know. But it should be ways of finding out when that car actually arrived there. So anyway, y'all, I ain't gonna hold y'all no longer. We gonna get up out of here, but it's a whole lot of weird stuff going on.
What in the fuckity fuck kind of shit is this? Wow.
I don't want nobody fucking with me in these streets. I don't want nobody fucking with me in these streets. I don't want nobody fucking with me in these streets. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. I don't want.
We definitely ain't got time for it, and we standing on business over here, keeping up with the facts. So if that is you, we standing on business for Naziyah. We want justice for her. We want all involved. to be caught up, as they should. So thank y'all so much for tuning in. Please be sure to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. And smack that thumbs up on the way out. Make this go viral. Woo! Change the goodness. Woo! What the heck did I just do? Woo. Peace and love, y'all. We out.